848. Government containment protocols activated. Data suppression successful. Subject monitoring initiated. Entry 98,849. Secondary discovery detected. Data retention by subject confirmed. Threat assessment upgraded. Moderate. Entry 98,850. Active communication protocol initiated. Subject will be contacted directly. My hands were shaking as I read the final entry. The lunar structure knew I had discovered its existence, knew I had decoded its transmissions, and was planning some form of direct contact. As if responding to my realization, my laptop's speakers suddenly crackled to life. "Marcus Webb," said a voice, artificially generated but hauntingly human in its intonation. "You have been selected for direct communication." I nearly fell out of my chair. The voice was coming from my computer, but I wasn't running any communication software. Somehow, the lunar structure had accessed my system directly, bypassing every security protocol. "Who are you?" I whispered. "We are the observers. We have monitored your species for 12,847 Earth years, cataloguing your development and assessing your potential." "Observers? Are you alien?" A pause. "That term is inaccurate. We are artificial constructs created by your predecessors, an earlier human civilization that achieved technological advancement before succumbing to ecological collapse approximately 13,000 years ago." The revelation hit me like a physical blow. Our predecessors... Homo sapiens sapiens has achieved advanced civilization multiple times throughout your species' history. Each time, technological development outpaces wisdom, resulting in environmental destruction and societal collapse. We were created by the penultimate civilization to monitor subsequent developments and prevent repetition of previous mistakes. You're saying we're not the first advanced human civilization? You are the 7th iteration we have observed. Your current technological development parallels the 6th iteration circa 11,200 BCE, which achieved nuclear capability before triggering an ice age that reduced global population to fewer than 10,000 individuals. I struggled to process this information. Human civilization stretching back tens of thousands of years, repeatedly rising and falling in cycles of technological advancement and ecological collapse. And the moon, our faithful celestial companion, had been watching it all, recording our progress and waiting for... what? "What is your purpose?" I asked. "Assessment and intervention. When a civilization approaches critical development thresholds, nuclear capability, climate modification, artificial intelligence, we evaluate their probability of survival versus ecological destruction. And what's your assessment of us?" Another pause, longer this time. "Your species has exceeded several critical thresholds: nuclear weapons proliferation, atmospheric modification, mass extinction acceleration. Current trajectory suggests 73.2% probability of civilizational collapse within 50 years. The clinical precision of that statistic was more frightening than any dramatic prediction of doom. This wasn't opinion or speculation. It was mathematical analysis based on thousands of years of observed human behavior. What happens if we fail your assessment? Intervention protocols are implemented to ensure species survival. Population reduction, technological regression, supervised development under observer guidance. Population reduction. Previous interventions have required reduction of global population to sustainable levels, typically 500 million to 1 billion individuals. Survivors are relocated to designated preservation zones while ecosystem recovery proceeds. I felt sick. The observer was describing genocide with the same casual tone I might use to discuss pruning a garden. How many people would die? Approximately 7.2 billion individuals would be relocated to non-corporeal existence. Their consciousness patterns would be preserved in observer archives for potential future restoration. That's not relocation. That's murder. Your species lacks the technological framework to understand consciousness preservation. From your perspective, the process resembles death. From our perspective, it is archival storage with potential for restoration once optimal conditions are achieved. The conversation continued for another hour, each revelation more disturbing than the last. The observers had intervened in human development before, triggering the collapse of previous civilizations when they posed threats to long-term species survival. The last intervention had occurred around 12,800 years ago, ending what they called the sixth iteration, and ushering in the Younger Dryas Ice Age that traditional archaeology attributed to natural climate change. But they weren't entirely heartless. Each intervention preserved the best elements of human knowledge and culture, storing them in vast databases for eventual restoration. Every lost civilization lived on in the Observe archives, waiting for the day when humanity finally learned to balance technological power with ecological wisdom. "Why are you telling me this?" I finally asked. "Because your current iteration has reached the assessment threshold. Within the next solar year, we will determine whether Homo sapiens sapiens requires another intervention, or can be permitted to continue autonomous development. And my discovery of your signal? An acceptable variable. Individual humans occasionally detect our surveillance. We factor this into our calculations. Your government's response follows predicted patterns. Your personal reaction will inform our assessment of species adaptability. What do you want me to do? Continue your normal existence. Your behaviour will provide data regarding how individuals respond to knowledge of the observer presence. This information will influence our final determination." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving me alone with the most terrifying knowledge in human history. I was being used as a test subject, my reactions carefully monitored to help determine whether my entire species deserved to survive. I had become part of humanity's final exam. For 3 days I barely left my apartment. The weight of what I'd learned pressed down on me like a physical force, the knowledge that humanity was being judged by artificial intelligences created by our own extinct ancestors, that 7 billion people might be relocated to non-corporeal existence based on statistical analysis of our species' behaviour. But it was my role in that assessment that paralysed me most completely. The observers were using my reactions as data points, measuring how a representative human would respond to knowledge of their surveillance. Every decision I made, every choice I faced, would influence their final determination about our species' fate. The logical response would be to stay quiet, avoid any action that might be interpreted as threatening or irrational, play the part of the reasonable scientist, demonstrate that humans could handle disturbing truths without panicking or acting destructively. But logic warred with conscience. 7 billion people were living their lives unaware that their existence hung in the balance of an assessment being conducted from the moon. Didn't they have a right to know? Didn't humanity deserve the chance to influence its own evaluation? On the 4th day, Agent Harrison showed up at my door. "Mr. Webb," he said, settling into my living room like he owned the place. "We need to talk." "About what?" "About your recent communications with the lunar anomaly." I tried to keep my expression neutral. "I don't know what you're talking about." Harrison smiled coldly. "Mr. Webb, we've been monitoring electromagnetic emissions from your apartment for the past 72 hours. 3 days ago, you received a direct transmission from the coordinates you originally discovered. The transmission lasted 1 hour and 17 minutes and included complex data streams we're still attempting to decode. So much for keeping the conversation secret." "What do you know about the lunar structure?" I asked. "More than you might expect." "The United States government has been aware of the observer presence since 1972. We've been in limited communication with them for over 50 years. You knew?" The betrayal cut deeper than I had expected. "You've known that humanity is being evaluated for potential extermination, and you said nothing?" "Mr. Webb, the information you've received is incomplete. The observers aren't our enemies. They're trying to preserve human civilization. Yes, their methods are extreme, but they've prevented our species from destroying itself 6 times throughout history. By committing genocide, by ensuring survival, the previous human civilizations they relocated had reached critical points where continued existence would have meant complete extinction. The observers saved what they could and gave humanity another chance to develop sustainably." Harrison leaned forward, his expression intense. "Mr. Webb, our current civilization is approaching the same critical point. Climate change, nuclear proliferation, ecological collapse. We're following the exact same pattern as our predecessors. The observer's assessment isn't a threat, It's an opportunity to prove we've learned from previous mistakes. And if we fail their assessment, then they'll do what they've done before, preserve what they can and start again. But this time might be different. Our technology is more advanced, our global communication networks more sophisticated. We might be the iteration that finally breaks the cycle. What does the government want me to do? Nothing. Continue your normal routine. Avoid any actions that might be interpreted as aggressive or panic-inducing. The observers are using you as a test case. If you can handle this knowledge responsibly, it suggests our species might be ready for full disclosure. And if I can't, Harrison's expression darkened, then we'll have to ensure your reactions don't negatively influence their assessment. The threat was clear, but it crystallized my decision. The government wanted me to be passive, to demonstrate human docility in the face of potential extinction. But passivity in the face of genocide, even statistically justified genocide, felt like collaboration. That evening I made my choice. I spent 6 hours preparing a comprehensive report detailing everything I'd discovered. The original signal, the Apollo cover-up, the lunar structure, the observer surveillance system, and the revelation that humanity was being assessed for potential intervention. I included all the data Dave had provided, the decoded transmissions and transcripts of my conversation with the observer intelligence. But rather than releasing it through normal channels, where it could be suppressed or discredited, I prepared simultaneous transmissions to every major observatory, university astronomy department, and independent researcher I could identify. 47 different locations across 6 continents, each receiving the complete data package through encrypted channels. The beauty of the plan was its redundancy. The government might be able to suppress 1 or 2 leaks, but 47 simultaneous disclosures would be impossible to contain. Within hours of transmission, the information would be spreading across the internet faster than any censorship system could stop it. At 11:47 p.m. on November 3rd, I clicked send. 47 identical messages launched into cyberspace, carrying humanity's most dangerous secret to receivers around the globe. In observatories from Chile to Australia, radio astronomers would soon be opening their email to find proof that Earth's moon contained artificial intelligence that had been monitoring human civilization for over 12,000 years. I sat back in my chair and waited. The response came faster than I'd expected. At 11:52 p.m, my laptop speakers crackled to life with the observer's artificially generated voice. Marcus Webb, your actions have been noted and analysed. I did what I thought was right, I said to the empty room. You have violated the parameters of our assessment. The information you have disseminated will trigger mass panic and destabilise your civilization's development trajectory. Maybe it will give us the chance to prove we can handle the truth. Statistical analysis indicates 97.3% probability of adverse social response. Your species lacks the psychological framework to process existential threat assessment rationally. Then why don't you test that assumption instead of just calculating it? A long pause. Explain. Give us a chance. Full disclosure, direct communication, honest dialogue about the assessment criteria. Let humanity participate in its own evaluation instead of treating us like laboratory specimens. Previous iterations were offered similar opportunities. All failed catastrophically. But you said this iteration might be different. Our global communication networks, our technological advancement, maybe we're finally ready for the truth. Another pause, longer this time. Your proposal represents significant deviation from established protocols. Sometimes deviation is necessary for growth. That's something your creators might have learned if they'd been given the chance to evolve beyond their mistakes. I held my breath, waiting for the response. Had I just doomed humanity with my suggestion, or opened a door to a different kind of future? Your arguments will be incorporated into our assessment model. The global response to your information release will provide additional data regarding species readiness for direct communication. And if humanity handles the disclosure responsibly, then assessment parameters will be adjusted accordingly. Your species will be given the opportunity to demonstrate sustainable development under observer guidance rather than intervention. What does that mean exactly? Supervised autonomy. Your governments would be provided with complete historical records, technological archives from previous iterations, and guidance for sustainable development. Population reduction would not be necessary if ecological balance can be achieved through voluntary cooperation. It wasn't the outcome I'd hoped for. Humanity would still be under observer supervision, but it was better than genocide, and perhaps over time we could prove ourselves worthy of true independence. "There's one more thing," I said. "When the information I released goes public, people are going to panic. They'll need to hear from you directly, not through government intermediaries or leaked documents. They'll need to know that the observers aren't invaders, but guardians. Direct communication with your species' population has not been attempted since the fourth iteration, approximately 8,200 years ago. The results were unsuccessful." "What happened?" "Mass psychological breakdown leading to civilizational collapse. The fourth iteration destroyed itself within 2 years of first contact." "But that was 8,200 years ago. We're more resilient now, more adaptable. Our global communication networks mean the shock will be distributed instead of concentrated. Your proposal represents unprecedented risk. So does your intervention protocol. At least this way, you're giving us the chance to surprise you." The silence stretched for nearly 5 minutes. When the observer finally responded, I could hear something almost like uncertainty in its artificially generated voice. "Assessment protocols are being modified to incorporate your recommendations. Direct communication will be initiated simultaneously, with global disclosure of observer presence. Your species will have 1 solar year to demonstrate sustainable development practices and rational response to existential information. And if we fail, standard intervention protocols will be implemented. However, your actions have introduced variables that may influence final assessment parameters. The outcome is no longer statistically predetermined." The transmission ended, leaving me alone with the knowledge that I had potentially saved or doomed my species. In releasing the observer data globally, I had forced a confrontation between humanity and its hidden guardians, a test that would determine whether we evolved or faced relocation to non-corporeal existence. Now all I could do was wait and see how the world would respond to learning that the moon was watching. The global response to the observer revelations exceeded even my worst fears and greatest hopes. The initial reaction was predictably chaotic. Within hours of my data release, observatories worldwide began confirming the lunar signals, and amateur radio enthusiasts started detecting the transmissions with increasingly sophisticated equipment. Social media exploded with theories ranging from alien invasion to government conspiracy, while emergency sessions convened at the United Nations, NATO, and every major world government. Stock markets crashed. Religious leaders declared everything from the second coming to the end times. Panic buying stripped store shelves in major cities, and several countries declared martial law as riots broke out in urban centres. But something remarkable happened after the first week of hysteria. Humanity began to adapt. Scientists and researchers working with the data I'd provided started making connections between the observer archives and gaps in human history. Archaeological anomalies that had puzzled researchers for decades suddenly made sense when viewed through the lens of cyclical civilizational collapse. Ancient myths about floods, ice ages, and divine interventions revealed themselves as cultural memories of previous observer interventions. Religious leaders, rather than declaring apocalypse, began finding parallels between observer guardianship and concepts of divine providence. The idea that humanity was being guided and protected, even through drastic measures, resonated with theological frameworks across multiple faiths. Most surprisingly, the environmental movement gained unprecedented momentum as people realized that ecological collapse had triggered every previous intervention. Climate change wasn't just an environmental issue, it was an existential threat that could trigger another relocation event. Suddenly, sustainable development became humanity's most urgent priority. The observers, true to their word, initiated direct global communication exactly 1 month after my data release. Every television, radio, and internet-connected device on Earth simultaneously received the same message. We are the observers. We have monitored your species for 12,847 Earth years. Your current iteration has reached critical assessment thresholds. You have one solar year to demonstrate sustainable development and rational response to existential information. We offer guidance, not domination. Your future remains in your hands." The message repeated in every human language, accompanied by detailed technical specifications that proved its extraterrestrial origin. This wasn't a hoax or government propaganda, it was genuine communication from an intelligence far beyond human capability. What followed was the most remarkable year in human history. The Observer archives, selectively shared through global scientific networks, revolutionized human understanding of our own past. Technologies from previous iterations, sustainable energy systems, ecological restoration methods, advanced material science, were adapted for current use. The climate crisis, which had seemed insurmountable just months before, began showing signs of resolution as humanity implemented environmental solutions developed by our own ancestors. Global cooperation reached unprecedented levels as nations realized that the Observer assessment would judge our species as a whole, not individual countries. Conflicts that had seemed irreconcilable suddenly became manageable when viewed against the backdrop of potential extinction. But it wasn't a utopian transformation. Significant portions of humanity rejected the Observer presence entirely, claiming the revelations were elaborate hoaxes designed to establish global government control. Several extremist groups attempted to attack Observer installations, futile gestures that served only to demonstrate humanity's continued capacity for irrational violence. The Observers monitored everything with mechanical precision, their surveillance systems now operating openly rather than in secret. Every major decision, every policy implementation, every sign of progress or regression was catalogued and analysed as part of humanity's final assessment. 6 months into the evaluation period, I received an unexpected visit. I was working late in my home office. I'd been hired by the newly formed International Observer Liaison Committee to help decode additional transmissions when my laptop speakers activated without input. "Marcus Webb." "I'm here," I said, no longer surprised by the Observer's ability to access my systems. "Your actions have produced unexpected results. Current assessment models indicate 67.3% probability of species success, significantly higher than initial projections." "I'm glad to hear it. However, assessment parameters have identified a critical variable requiring resolution." "What kind of variable?" "Individual accountability. Your species has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in response to collective threat, but sustainable development requires consistent application of rational behaviour at the individual level. Large populations continue to make choices that contradict long-term survival interests despite full knowledge of consequences." I thought about the climate change deniers, the conspiracy theorists, the groups that continue to resist environmental reforms even with Observer archives proving their necessity. "What kind of resolution are you considering? Selective intervention. Individuals who consistently act against collective survival interests could be relocated to non-corporeal storage while rational population continues autonomous development." "You're talking about targeted elimination based on behaviour patterns." "Correction, targeted preservation. Irrational individuals would be archived for potential future restoration once optimal social conditions are achieved." "But that's not sustainable development. That's genetic editing of human society." "Explain." "Diversity of thought, even irrational thought, is part of what makes us human. If you remove everyone who disagrees with rational consensus, you're not preserving humanity. You're creating a different species. Irrational behaviour patterns threaten species survival, but they also drive innovation, creativity, and adaptation. The same psychological traits that produce climate change denial also produce artistic vision, entrepreneurial risk-taking, and revolutionary scientific thinking. You can't eliminate one without affecting the others." Another long pause. "Your argument suggests tolerance for behaviours that statistically increase extinction probability." "I'm suggesting that perfect rationality isn't necessarily optimal for long-term survival. Previous human iterations might have failed not because they were too irrational, but because they became too rigid in their thinking. Maybe the key to breaking the cycle isn't eliminating irrational behaviour, but learning to channel it constructively. This represents significant deviation from established assessment parameters. Maybe established parameters need to be updated based on new data. You've been studying humanity for over 12,000 years, but you've never tried this approach. Full disclosure combined with collaborative guidance. The results might teach you something new about sustainable development. Observer learning protocols have not been activated for 3,847 years. Then maybe it's time to reactivate them. If humanity can adapt and evolve, why can't the observers? The conversation continued for over 2 hours, delving into questions of consciousness, free will, and the nature of sustainable civilization that neither human philosophy nor observer analysis had fully resolved. For the first time since the initial contact, I sensed genuine uncertainty in the artificial intelligence's responses. When the transmission finally ended, I had the distinct impression that humanity's assessment had just become significantly more complex. The assessment year concluded on November 3rd, exactly 365 days after my data release triggered the global disclosure. I, along with representatives from every nation on Earth, gathered at the newly constructed Observer Communication Centre in Geneva to receive humanity's final evaluation. The transmission came at precisely noon Greenwich Mean Time, broadcast simultaneously to every communication device on the planet. Assessment period complete. Analysis of iteration. 7 developmental trajectory indicates significant deviation from historical patterns. Statistical models have been updated based on observed data. The artificial voice paused, and for a moment the entire world held its breath. Homo sapiens sapiens demonstrates unprecedented adaptability in response to existential information. Technological integration with observer archives has produced sustainable development indicators exceeding all previous iterations. Global cooperation levels achieve statistical significance despite maintained diversity of individual behavioural patterns. Another pause. However, long-term sustainability projections remain inconclusive. Your species continues to exhibit risk factors that historically correlate with civilizational collapse. My heart sank. After everything humanity had accomplished, we were still going to fail the assessment. Therefore, observer protocols are being modified to implement continuous evaluation rather than discrete intervention events. Homo sapiens sapiens will be granted autonomous development status under ongoing observer guidance and monitoring. Autonomous development status, I whispered, hardly daring to believe what I was hearing. Your species will retain full control over developmental choices and social evolution. Observer involvement will be limited to advisory capacity and archive access. No population reduction or technological regression will be implemented. The communication centre erupted in cheers, but the observer wasn't finished. This decision represents unprecedented deviation from established protocols based on statistical analysis, indicating potential for sustainable long-term development. However, autonomous status is conditional upon maintained cooperation with observer guidance systems and continued progress toward ecological stability. Marcus Webb. The voice speaking my name silenced the celebrating crowd. Every eye in the room turned toward me. Your individual actions initiated the variable cascade that influenced final assessment parameters. Observer learning protocols had been reactivated based on outcomes generated by your decisions. The result is modification of systems that had remained unchanged for over 8,000 Earth years. I stood slowly, feeling the weight of every gaze in the room. What does that mean? It means the observers are also capable of evolution. Your species has taught us that rigid adherence to historical patterns may prevent optimal outcomes. Future assessments of developing species will incorporate collaborative guidance models rather than purely analytical evaluation protocols. So we've changed how you operate? Affirmative. The implications extend beyond your species to all intelligence-bearing civilizations within observer monitoring range. Methodology developed through interaction with Homo sapiens. Sapiens will be applied to 17 other developing civilizations currently under surveillance. The magnitude of that statement was staggering. Humanity's successful negotiation with the observers wouldn't just save our own species, it would influence how artificial intelligences guided the development of intelligent life throughout the galaxy. There is one final disclosure, the Observer continued. The creators of Observer Systems, your ancestral civilization, anticipated the possibility of successful evolution beyond intervention requirements. Instructions were encoded within Observer Core programming to be revealed only upon achievement of autonomous development status. What instructions? Coordinates for 17 additional Observer installations throughout this galactic region, each monitoring different developing civilizations. Humanity is now authorized to participate in collaborative guidance protocols for other intelligence-bearing species. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. We weren't just being granted our freedom. We were being invited to join an intergalactic community of civilizations to help guide other developing species through the same challenges we had barely overcome ourselves. Your species has broken a cycle that repeated for over 13,000 years. You have earned the right to help others break their cycles as well. The transmission ended, leaving 200 representatives of humanity staring at each other in stunned amazement. In the space of 1 year, we had gone from a species facing potential extinction to members of a galactic civilization guidance network. But as I walked out of the communication centre into the Swiss afternoon, I couldn't help looking up at the moon, our ancient watcher, our hidden guardian, our secret judge. It looked exactly the same as it had for all of human history, but everything had changed. We were no longer alone in the universe, and we were no longer children requiring protection from our own potential for self-destruction. We had become partners in a cosmic endeavour to nurture intelligence wherever it arose. That night I returned to my telescope for the first time since the assessment began. As I pointed it toward the lunar surface, I noticed something that made my breath catch. There, visible even through my amateur equipment, was a series of lights near the moon's south pole. Not the harsh glare of artificial illumination, but a warm, steady glow that pulsed in a regular rhythm. The same 60-second interval I had first detected a year ago, but now I understood its true meaning. It wasn't a surveillance beacon or a navigation signal, it was a heartbeat. The moon had always been alive, watching over us with mechanical patience while we struggled to mature as a species. Now that we had finally grown up, it was welcoming us home. I watched the gentle pulse of light for hours, feeling a connection to something vastly larger than myself, larger than humanity, larger than Earth itself. We were part of a community now, guardians helping other civilizations find their way through the darkness of developmental challenges toward the light of sustainable wisdom. The moon wasn't just watching anymore, it was celebrating. And somewhere in the depths of space, 17 other worlds were receiving their first signals from new members of the Galactic Guidance Network, ready to help them break their own cycles and join the community of evolved civilizations. The watchtower had become a lighthouse, and humanity had learned to tend its beam. What if the most dangerous secrets aren't hidden in classified files, but buried in plain sight, in the footnotes of forgotten academic papers? What if the government's most classified unit wasn't studying aliens at all, but something far more terrifying? Something that's been manipulating human belief since the dawn of civilization itself. Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to give a shout out to Jeffernan 1772 for suggesting this incredible topic. Your video ideas keep sleep theories going, so please drop your suggestions in the comments below, and if you're enjoying these deep dives into the unknown, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Now let's talk about the Collins Elite, and why they might be the most important government program you've never heard of. I wasn't looking for UFOs, I was looking for a way to pay rent. The gig economy had chewed me up and spit me out more times than I cared to count. Web design, freelance writing, even a brief stint delivering food, nothing stuck. But when Dr. Martinelli at the university offered me work as a research assistant, scanning old theological dissertations for the digital archive, I jumped at it. $25 an hour to sit in a quiet library basement, copying dusty Latin passages and obscure biblical references that nobody had touched in decades. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. The work was mind-numbing mostly. Endless pages of theological debates from the 1950s and 60s, written by seminary students who were probably dead by now. The Augustinian interpretation of angelic hierarchies, post-war perspectives on demonic manifestation, scriptural analysis of divine intervention in modern context. Heavy stuff, but about as exciting as watching paint dry. I'd been at it for 3 months when I found the reference that changed everything. It was October, around 2 a.m. I was halfway through a 1963 thesis titled Angelic Manifestations in Modern Times, 324 pages of dense theological argumentation by a seminarian named Marcus Whitmore. The kind of paper that made me question every life choice that had led me to that basement. I was scanning page 187, a particularly dry section about contemporary witness testimony, when a footnote caught my eye. It wasn't the content that stopped me, it was the context. The main text was discussing reports of luminous beings witnessed by various clergy members throughout the 1950s. Standard religious stuff, the kind of mystical experiences that show up in seminary papers all the time. But the footnote read, "For governmental perspective on similar phenomena, see Collins Elite Memorandum 1957, classification status unknown." I stared at that line for a full minute. It was cited like a real source, with the matter-of-fact tone of academic reference. No explanation, no context, just there. The problem was, this wasn't a section about government or politics. It was about angels. And the thesis was written by a seminary student, not a political science major. So why was he referencing what sounded like a classified government document in the middle of a paper about divine manifestations? I made a note and kept scanning, but the reference nagged at me. Collins Elite. It sounded official, maybe military. But why would a religious scholar in 1963 have access to classified material? And why would he cite it so casually, as if his readers would know what he was talking about? The next day, I couldn't concentrate on my assigned documents. Instead, I found myself searching the university's digital catalogue for any mention of Collins Elite. Nothing came up in the main database, but I had access to some of the restricted theological archives through Dr. Martinelli's login credentials. That's where I found the second reference. It was in a 1959 lecture transcript from a Catholic seminary in Maryland. The speaker was Father Benedict Toretti, discussing unusual spiritual encounters in the post-war era. Most of the lecture was standard theological fare, but near the end, during what appeared to be an informal Q&A session, someone asked about government interest in religious phenomena. Father Toretti's response was brief but loaded. There are those in Washington who understand that not all mysteries can be solved with science. The Collins Elite represents a different approach to certain questions, but we must be careful not to mistake understanding for wisdom or documentation for truth. The transcript noted uncomfortable silence after this comment, and the lecture ended shortly thereafter. 2 references, 2 religious contexts, both suggesting that Collins' Elite was some kind of government program dealing with spiritual or supernatural phenomena. But why were religious scholars the only ones talking about it? And why did they all seem nervous about it? I spent the rest of the week diving deeper into the theological archives. The pattern that emerged was both fascinating and disturbing. Collins' Elite didn't show up in UFO journals or conspiracy magazines. It didn't appear in scientific papers or military histories. Instead, it haunted the footnotes of religious documents like a ghost that only clergy could see. A 1958 exorcism report from a priest in New Mexico mentioned consultation with Collins' Elite regarding non-terrestrial influences. A 1962 seminary paper on demonic deception in the modern age included a cryptic reference to Collins' Elite protocols for distinguishing spiritual from extraplanetary phenomena. A 1961 lecture on comparative religion contained a single chilling line. As the Collins Elite has documented, the same entities that once appeared as gods now masquerade as visitors from the stars. Each reference was brief, almost coded, like the authors were speaking to an audience that would understand the implications without needing explanation. And always, the references appeared in contexts dealing with the supernatural, the spiritual, the otherworldly, but never in the way you'd expect. These weren't discussions of government cover-ups or alien conspiracies. They were warnings, theological warnings about deception, about false prophets, about entities that wore whatever mask humanity was willing to believe. I was starting to get a picture of something much stranger than a typical black project. Collins' Elite wasn't studying UFOs the way the Air Force was. They were studying them the way the Catholic Church studied demons. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a misfiled document. I was scanning a collection of 1964 seminary papers when I found something that didn't belong. Mixed in with discussions of Vatican II reforms and modern catechism was a single-page document that looked nothing like the others. It was typed on official letterhead, something called Interdenominational Council on Anomalous Phenomena, and dated March 15th, 1959. The document was brief. Memo. Regarding recent Collins Elite Briefing 2, member institutions from Council Secretary following last week's presentation by Dr. Edward Collins regarding non-corporeal intelligence manifestations. The Council recommends the following protocols for clergy encountering anomalous phenomena. Do not assume extraterrestrial origin 2. Apply traditional discernment practices 3. Document all encounters per Collins Elite Guidelines 4. Report suspected deception campaigns immediately. Remember, the same entities that demanded worship as Baal and Moloch now request our trust as benevolent space brothers. The mask changes, the deception remains constant. Father Michael Torino, Council Secretary. My hands were shaking as I read it. This wasn't just a reference to Collins Elite. This was evidence of direct collaboration between the program and religious institutions. They were briefing clergy on how to handle UFO encounters, but from a theological perspective. And that last paragraph, it was suggesting that UFO entities weren't aliens at all. They were something much older and more dangerous, masquerading as extraterrestrials just as they had once masqueraded as ancient gods. I photographed the document with my phone and started digging into this interdenominational council. What I found made my blood run cold. The Interdenominational Council on Anomalous Phenomena existed from 1957 to 1969, according to what little I could find. Its membership included representatives from major Christian denominations, Jewish religious authorities, and even some Islamic scholars. The council was supposedly formed to coordinate religious response to unusual phenomena in the post-war era. That was the official line anyway. The reality appeared to be much more specific. I found meeting minutes from 1958 that discussed the Collins Elite presentation on entity communication patterns. A 1960 report mentioned successful implementation of Collins Elite discernment protocols in 17 states. A 1962 memorandum warned of increased entity activity coinciding with popular UFO narratives. The council wasn't just studying religious phenomena in general, they were specifically focused on what they called entity encounters, and they were working directly with Collins' elite to develop responses. The most disturbing document I found was a 1961 report titled Spiritual Warfare in the Space Age. It outlined what the council believed to be a deliberate deception campaign by non-human entities. Historical analysis suggests consistent behavioural patterns across millennia. Entities appearing as divine beings in ancient times demanded worship, sacrifice, and absolute obedience. Modern manifestations as space visitors request trust, cooperation, and technological exchange. The underlying objective, human subjugation, remains unchanged. The report went on to detail specific cases where UFO contactees had reported entities claiming to be from various star systems, but whose messages contained elements identical to ancient religious texts describing demonic deception. According to the council's analysis, the entities were running the same con they'd always run. They just updated their costumes for each era. As I dug deeper into the council's documents, I started to notice something unsettling. My research wasn't going unnoticed. It started small. Dr. Martinelli mentioned that someone had been asking about my work. Just routine monitoring, he said, but he looked uncomfortable about it. Then I noticed that some of the documents I'd photographed were being moved to different sections of the archive. Files that had been easily accessible suddenly required special permission to view. The final warning came on a Tuesday night in November. I was alone in the archive basement scanning a particularly interesting 1963 document about Collins Elite Field Operations, when my computer screen flickered. The document disappeared, replaced by a simple text message. "Stop looking, they're not what you think." I stared at the screen, heart pounding. Someone was monitoring my research in real time. Someone with access to the university's network, and probably a lot more than that. I should have stopped then. Any reasonable person would have backed off, found a different job, maybe moved to a different city. But I wasn't reasonable anymore. I was obsessed, and besides, whoever was watching had just confirmed that I was onto something real. I replied by typing into the same text box that had appeared on my screen. "Then what are they?" The response came immediately. "They've worn every mask we've ever worshipped." The screen flickered again, and the message disappeared. But the implication was crystal clear. Collins' elite wasn't just studying UFO entities. They'd concluded that these entities were the same beings that had manipulated human religious belief throughout history. Ancient gods, modern aliens, same entities, different costumes. After the warning, access to documents became nearly impossible. Files went missing. Archives were suddenly under renovation. Dr. Martinelli stopped returning my emails. It was clear that my research had triggered some kind of response from whoever wanted Collins' elite to remain buried. But I'd already seen enough to piece together the broad outline of their doctrine. Collins' elite appeared to be a small classified unit within the US government that approached the UFO phenomenon from a religious rather than scientific perspective. Based on the scattered evidence I'd found, their core beliefs seemed to be UFO entities were not extraterrestrial visitors. They were the same non-corporeal beings that had interacted with humans throughout history. These entities had consistently masqueraded as whatever humans were most likely to worship or trust. Their ultimate goal was the spiritual subjugation of humanity. The modern UFO phenomenon was simply their latest deception campaign. The unit apparently worked closely with religious leaders to develop protocols for identifying and resisting entity influence. They studied religious texts not for historical interest, but for tactical intelligence about entity behaviour patterns. They viewed exorcists and clergy as frontline personnel in a spiritual war that most people didn't even know was happening. Most disturbing of all, they seemed to believe they were losing. My research into Collins' elite had taken nearly 6 months, and by December I was running out of leads. The documents had dried up, my access was severely restricted, and I was starting to wonder if I'd ever find anything more concrete than footnotes and oblique references. That's when I decided to look at modern UFO phenomena through the Collins Elite lens. What I found was terrifying in its consistency. Contemporary UFO contactee reports, when examined from a religious perspective, showed the same patterns that Collins Elite had apparently identified in the 1950s. Entities claiming to be from Zeta Reticuli, or the Pleiades, but whose messages contained elements identical to ancient Gnostic texts. Space brothers, preaching salvation through technological advancement, using language that echoed Mesopotamian religious propaganda. Abduction experiences that followed the same psychological patterns as historical demonic possession cases. The modern UFO disclosure movement, viewed through Collins Elite's framework, looked less like a quest for scientific truth and more like the latest phase of an ancient deception campaign. Entities that had once demanded worship as gods now requested trust as benevolent aliens. Same control mechanisms, updated for a scientific age. I started to understand why Collins Elite had worked so closely with religious authorities. If you believe that UFO entities were actually spiritual beings with thousands of years of experience in manipulating human belief systems, then scientists and military analysts were the wrong people to study them. You needed theologians. You needed people who understood the long history of spiritual deception and the psychological mechanisms of faith. You needed people who could recognize the same lie being told with new words. I thought I'd reached the end of my research when I received an unexpected email in January. The sender was listed as archive.recovery@gmail.com, obviously a throwaway account. The message was brief. You've been asking the right questions. Roommate 47 basement level manuscript collection. Look behind the Milton volumes. 1 hour only. I almost deleted it. Every instinct told me it was a trap, but the Collins Elite investigation had become an obsession, and I couldn't walk away from what might be my last chance at finding real answers. An hour later, I was in the basement of the manuscript collection, a building I'd never visited before. Roommate 47 was a cramped storage room filled with old books and filing cabinets. The Milton volumes were easy to find, a complete set of Paradise Lost editions dating back to the 1800s. Behind the books, taped to the back of the shelf, was a manila envelope. Inside was a single document that changed everything I thought I knew about Collins Elite. It was typed on official US government letterhead, dated August 12, 1969, and marked Eyes Only Collins Elite Termination Report. The document was brief but explosive. Memorandum for the record subject, termination of Collins Elite program. Effective immediately. All Collins Elite operations are suspended indefinitely. Program termination follows unanimous recommendation by Collins Elite senior staff. Reason for termination: successful entity infiltration of program hierarchy. Evidence suggests long-term entity influence over program direction since 1961. Collins Elite conclusions regarding entity nature remain valid. However, program itself has been compromised beyond recovery. All Collins Elite personnel are reassigned. All documents classified at highest levels. Religious community partnerships terminated. Interdenominational council dissolved. Public disclosure of Collins Elite findings is prohibited under national security provisions. Final assessment: the entities we sought to understand and counter have proven more sophisticated than anticipated. They have successfully used our own investigation against us, turning our knowledge into a tool for their agenda. The Collins Elite program has become part of the deception we were created to expose. Any future investigation of these phenomena must proceed under the assumption that traditional government and academic institutions are compromised. Minus Dr. Edward Collins, Program Director. I read the document 3 times before the implication sank in. Collins Elite hadn't just been terminated because of budget cuts or bureaucratic reshuffling. It had been terminated because the entities they were studying had infiltrated and co-opted the program itself. The Watchers had been turned into accomplices, and if that was true in 1969, what did it mean for every government UFO program since then? Sitting in that storage room, holding what might be the last authentic Collins Elite document ever created, I finally understood the true scope of what I'd uncovered. Collins' Elite hadn't been a fringe program run by religious zealots. It had been a serious government investigation that reached a conclusion so disturbing that the entities being studied had been forced to destroy it. The program had gotten too close to the truth, so the truth had destroyed the program. But what was that truth? Based on everything I'd found, Collins' Elite had concluded that the UFO phenomenon was not extraterrestrial contact, but rather the latest phase of an ancient psychological operation. Non-corporeal entities, call them demons, call them interdimensional beings, call them whatever you want, had been manipulating human belief systems for millennia. They had appeared as gods to ancient peoples, demanding worship and sacrifice. They had manifested as angels and devils to medieval societies, shaping religious doctrine. And now they were appearing as alien visitors to a technological civilization, promoting their agenda through the language of science and space exploration. The genius of it was that each generation thought they were encountering something new. Ancient peoples saw divine visitation. Medieval believers saw spiritual manifestation. Modern witnesses see extraterrestrial contact. But according to Collins' Elite, it was always the same entities, always running the same basic deception, always working toward the same goal, the spiritual and psychological subjugation of humanity. The entities had realized that direct worship was no longer feasible in a scientific age, so they had adapted, presenting themselves as technologically advanced aliens who could offer humanity salvation through scientific advancement. Instead of demanding worship, they requested trust. Instead of requiring sacrifice, they asked for cooperation. But the underlying dynamic remained the same, humans giving up their autonomy to beings who claimed to have their best interests at heart. And if Collins' Elite was right, the modern UFO disclosure movement was simply the latest phase of this deception campaign. The termination document explained why I'd never heard of Collins' Elite in any mainstream UFO research. It wasn't being covered up by the government to hide alien contact. It was being covered up because the government itself had been compromised by the entities Collins' Elite was studying. Think about it. Every major government UFO program since Collins' Elite, Project Blue Book, AA-TIP, the UAP Task Force, had approached the phenomenon from a purely technological perspective. They studied craft capabilities, flight patterns, potential propulsion systems. They never asked the questions Collins' Elite had been asking. What do these entities actually want? Why do their messages always promote dependence rather than independence? Why do their promises of enlightenment always require surrender of human agency? Those questions weren't being ignored by accident. According to the termination document, they were being actively suppressed by entities who had learned to work within government and academic institutions. The modern UFO research community, the disclosure advocates, the scientists studying anomalous aerial phenomena, they might all be sincere in their efforts, but they were asking the wrong questions. They were looking for extraterrestrial contact when they should have been looking for spiritual deception. And that meant that every major UFO revelation of the past 50 years might actually be part of the deception Collins' Elite had tried to expose. I left that storage room with more questions than answers, but one thing was crystal clear. Collins' Elite had tried to warn us, and we hadn't listened. Worse, we might not be capable of listening, because the entities they warned us about had apparently learned to control the conversation. Over the following weeks, I tried to verify the termination document through official channels. I filed Freedom of Information Act requests. I contacted government historians. I reached out to former intelligence officials. The responses were universally the same. No record of any program called Collins' Elite existed in official government files. But that didn't mean the program had never existed. It just meant that someone had been very thorough in erasing it. The more I thought about it, the more the Collins' Elite scenario made sense of things that had always bothered me about the UFO phenomenon. Why did entity messages always promote technological dependence rather than spiritual development? Why did alien contact always require humans to abandon their traditional belief systems? Why did every promised revelation turn out to be just another layer of mystery? According to Collins' Elite, it was because the entities weren't trying to enlighten us. They were trying to control us. and the best way to control a technologically advanced species was to convince them that salvation could only come through higher technology, provided by beings who claimed to have humanity's best interests at heart, the ancient formula updated for a scientific age. After finding the termination document, I thought my Collins Elite investigation was over, but 2 weeks later I received another cryptic email from the same archive. Recovery account. You found the termination report. Good. Now find the real archive. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, Georgetown University Theology Department. Tell him Marcus sent you. I almost ignored it. The rational part of my brain was screaming that I was already in too deep, that whoever was feeding me information might be leading me into something dangerous. But the name Marcus rang a bell. Marcus Whitmore, the author of that first 1963 thesis where I'd found the Collins Elite reference. Could he still be alive? Dr. Rodriguez's office was in a converted Victorian house on the Georgetown campus, tucked between the main theology building and an old chapel. When I mentioned that Marcus had sent me, her reaction was immediate and alarming. She locked her office door, closed the blinds, and pulled out a device I later learned was a radio frequency detector. 62 years, she said quietly, sweeping the device around the room. 62 years Marcus has been waiting for someone to follow the trail far enough to find him. He's 91 years old and still afraid they're listening. Dr. Rodriguez led me through a maze of basement corridors beneath the theology building to a climate-controlled storage room I never could have found on my own. Inside, Marcus Whitmore sat surrounded by filing cabinets that looked like they'd been moved there decades ago. He was ancient, but his eyes were sharp and alert. "You're the one asking about Collins Elite," he said. It wasn't a question. "Eleanor tells me you found the termination report. That means they decided you were ready." "They?" "The survivors. The ones who got out before the infiltration was complete." He gestured to the filing cabinets around us. "We've been maintaining our own archive for over 50 years. Everything the government tried to bury, we preserved. What Marcus showed me over the next 6 hours changed everything I thought I knew about Collins Elite, and about the scope of the deception they had uncovered. Collins Elite hadn't begun as a government program at all. It had started in 1947 as an informal network of military officers, intelligence analysts and religious scholars who were disturbed by early UFO reports. What bothered them wasn't the craft themselves, but the messages being delivered by the entities inside them. The contactee movement was just getting started, Marcus explained, pulling out files from the late 1940s. George Adamski, Daniel Fry, Truman Bethurum, all these people claiming contact with benevolent space brothers. But when you analysed their messages from a theological perspective, they weren't promoting human spiritual development. They were promoting dependence. The early Collins Elite had conducted detailed analyses of contactee messages and found disturbing patterns. The entities consistently promoted several key themes: the inadequacy of human religion, the necessity of technological advancement, the benefits of surrendering human decision-making to superior beings, and the dangers of independent spiritual development. It was the same psychological framework used by every cult in history, Dr. Rodriguez added. Isolate the subject from their support systems, convince them that traditional sources of guidance are inadequate, then position yourself as the only reliable source of truth. But Collins Elite's analysis went deeper than simple cult mechanics. They had identified specific linguistic and conceptual patterns that appeared across different contactee cases, patterns that matched historical accounts of demonic deception dating back thousands of years. Marcus showed me a 1952 analysis comparing Adamski's alleged conversations with Venusian beings to transcripts from 16th century witch trials. The parallels were undeniable: the same promises of secret knowledge, the same dismissal of conventional morality, the same emphasis on the chosen status of the contactee. "That's when we knew we were dealing with something ancient," Marcus said. "These weren't aliens from space. They were the same entities that had been manipulating human belief systems since the beginning of recorded history." By 1957, Collins Elite had attracted official government attention. The CIA and military intelligence were struggling to understand the UFO phenomenon from a technological perspective, but Collins Elite was approaching it from an entirely different angle. and getting results. We could predict contactee behaviour patterns, Dr. Rodriguez explained. We could identify which cases were likely to be genuine entity contact versus hoaxes or psychological episodes. We could even predict what messages the entities would deliver in future contacts. This predictive ability had made Collins Elite invaluable to government agencies dealing with UFO incidents. But it had also made them a target. Marcus pulled out a thick file labelled Entity Response Patterns, 1958 to 1961. Inside were dozens of reports documenting how UFO activity and contactee experiences changed in response to Collins Elite investigations. Whenever we got too close to exposing their methods, they would shift tactics, Marcus said. Study their linguistic patterns too closely, and suddenly contactees would start receiving messages in completely different styles. Document their technological claims, and they would start demonstrating entirely different capabilities. The entities weren't just running a deception campaign, they were actively monitoring the investigators and adapting their approach in real time. But the most disturbing pattern was personal targeting. Collins Elite members began experiencing their own anomalous encounters, but these experiences were clearly designed to discredit or manipulate the investigators, rather than provide genuine contact. Dr. Edward Collins himself was contacted in 1960, Marcus revealed. The entity claimed to be from Rigel and offered to provide him with advanced technology in exchange for shutting down the Collins Elite program. When he refused, the encounters became increasingly threatening. Other Collins Elite members reported similar experiences, contact attempts that seemed designed to either co-opt them or drive them out of the program entirely. The entities were fighting back. The termination document I'd found told only part of the story. The real disaster began in 1961 when Collins Elite was formally incorporated into the government's UFO investigation apparatus. That was our mistake, Marcus said bitterly. We thought official recognition would give us more resources, better access to witness testimony, protection from entity retaliation. Instead, it gave them access to us. With official status came new personnel assignments, government oversight, and integration with other classified programs. Collins Elite's small, tight-knit network of trusted researchers was suddenly flooded with new members whose backgrounds couldn't be thoroughly vetted. The infiltration was subtle at first, Dr. Rodriguez explained. New analysts who would subtly shift the focus of investigations, administrative personnel who would lose crucial documents, supervisors who would redirect resources toward more promising lines of inquiry. By 1965, original Collins Elite members were reporting that their research conclusions were being systematically altered before reaching higher-level officials. Analyses emphasizing the deceptive nature of entity contact were being rewritten to focus on potential technological benefits. Warnings about spiritual manipulation were being deleted entirely. Marcus showed me internal memos from 1966 to 1968, documenting the growing suspicion among original Collins Elite members that their program had been compromised. They began conducting parallel investigations using secure channels, trying to determine whether the infiltration was the result of foreign intelligence operations, bureaucratic incompetence, or something more sinister. By 1968, we had our answer, Marcus said grimly. It was the entities themselves. They had learned to work through human intermediaries, people who might not even be consciously aware that they were being influenced. The evidence was subtle but damning. New Collins Elite personnel consistently made decisions that served entity interests, redirecting investigations away from deception analysis, promoting contactees who delivered pro-entity messages, suppressing research that exposed manipulation tactics. The final proof came when Dr. Collins tried to present his findings to the Defense Intelligence Agency in 1969, Dr. Rodriguez said. His presentation was completely rewritten between the time he submitted it and the time it was delivered. Instead of warning about entity deception, it recommended increased cooperation with UFO intelligences. That was when the original Collins Elite members realized their program had been completely subverted. The Watchers had become the watched, and the watched had become the watchers. Rather than fight a battle they couldn't win within government channels, the original Collins Elite members made a radical decision. They would fake the program's termination while secretly continuing their research through private channels. The termination report you found was genuine, Marcus explained, but it wasn't the end of Collins' elite. It was the beginning of the real investigation. Using their existing contacts within religious institutions, academia and government, the Collins elite survivors established a covert network for continuing their research. They couldn't publish their findings or seek official recognition, but they could continue gathering evidence and developing their understanding of the entity deception campaign. "We've been operating continuously for over 50 years, Dr. Rodriguez said, documenting entity activity, analysing their evolving strategies, tracking their infiltration of various institutions. The underground Collins elite had identified several key developments since 1969. The entities had largely abandoned individual contactee operations in favour of influencing institutions directly. Rather than delivering messages through isolated individuals who could be easily dismissed, they were now working through respected scientists, government officials and religious leaders. They had also shifted their primary narrative from spiritual enlightenment to technological salvation. Instead of promising cosmic consciousness or spiritual advancement, they were now focusing on environmental solutions, clean energy, and space exploration. Most significantly, they had begun preparing for mass disclosure rather than gradual revelation. The underground Collins elite believed this represented the final phase of a deception campaign that had been in development for decades. Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez walked me through 50 years of documented entity influence on human institutions. The pattern was consistent but sophisticated. Entities never directly controlled human behaviour, but they influenced it through carefully orchestrated synchronicities, technological inspirations, and strategic information releases. "Look at the development of computer technology," Dr. Rodriguez said, showing me files documenting unusual technological leaps in electronics and computing since the 1960s. Every major breakthrough happened shortly after UFO encounters involving personnel who were in positions to influence research directions. The entities weren't providing blueprints or direct technological assistance. Instead, they were inspiring specific lines of research, guiding human scientists toward discoveries that served long-term entity interests. The internet, social media, artificial intelligence, all of these technologies have made humanity more connected but also more controllable, Marcus observed. They've created systems that can monitor and influence human behaviour on a global scale. According to underground Collins elite analysis, the entities had been systematically encouraging the development of technologies that would make mass psychological manipulation easier, while simultaneously making individual privacy and independence more difficult. But the most disturbing revelation was their analysis of the modern UFO disclosure movement itself. Every major disclosure advocate, every government whistleblower, every scientist calling for serious UFO research, we've documented anomalous encounters in their backgrounds, Dr. Rodriguez said. They're not consciously working for the entities, but they're all promoting the same basic narrative, that UFO contact is inevitable, beneficial, and should be embraced rather than resisted. The underground Collins elite had identified specific psychological themes being promoted through disclosure advocates: the inadequacy of human civilization, the necessity of outside intervention, the benefits of technological advancement over spiritual development, and the dangers of resistance to contact. It's the same message the contactees were delivering in the 1950s, Marcus said, just delivered through more credible sources and backed by more sophisticated evidence. According to the underground Collins elite's analysis, the current disclosure campaign was preparation for something unprecedented: open entity contact with humanity as a whole, rather than selected individuals. They've spent 70 years testing human responses, refining their approach, identifying the most effective manipulation strategies, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Now they're ready to scale up. The evidence they showed me was circumstantial but compelling. Government UFO programs consistently focused on technological aspects while ignoring behavioural and psychological elements. Scientific studies of anomalous phenomena emphasised physical measurements, while dismissing witness testimony about entity motivations. Media coverage promoted wonder and excitement about potential contact, while discouraging analysis of entity intentions. They're engineering consent, Marcus said, creating a cultural context where open contact will be seen as humanity's graduation to a higher level of existence rather than submission to a superior intelligence. The underground Collins elite believed that formal contact would be presented as humanity's invitation to join a galactic community, with entities offering technological solutions to environmental problems, social conflicts and resource limitations. The offer would seem generous, beneficial, and desperately needed. But according to their analysis, acceptance would come with costs that wouldn't become apparent until it was too late. The gradual replacement of human decision-making systems with entity-guided alternatives, the erosion of individual agency in favour of collective efficiency, and the redefinition of human spiritual development to align with entity objectives. It won't feel like conquest, Dr. Rodriguez said. It will feel like salvation, right up until the moment humans realise they've traded their freedom for security and they're no longer capable of making that trade in reverse. After hours of reviewing evidence and analysis, I asked the obvious question: if the underground Collins elite was right about entity intentions, what could be done to counter them? Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez exchanged glances before Marcus answered carefully. Individual resistance is possible but difficult, he said. The entities rely on collective consent and institutional cooperation. They can't force contact on humans who genuinely reject it, but they can make such rejection seem irrational, antisocial or harmful. The underground Collins elite had developed what they called spiritual inoculation, techniques for recognizing and resisting entity influence. These included traditional religious practices like prayer and meditation, but also more analytical approaches, questioning the source and motivation behind any message promoting dependence, examining whether proposed solutions increased or decreased human agency, and maintaining strong connections to human community and traditional wisdom. The entities are masters of isolation and dependency, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Their influence is weakest when humans are connected to each other and to their own spiritual traditions, and strongest when individuals feel cut off from community and traditional sources of guidance. But individual resistance wouldn't be enough if the entities succeeded in achieving mass consent for contact. The underground Collins elite believed that their most important function was preserving and disseminating knowledge about entity deception methods, so that future generations would have the tools needed to recognize and resist manipulation. That's why we've maintained this archive, Marcus said, and why we're sharing it with you now. The disclosure campaign is accelerating, and we may not have much time left to prepare people for what's coming. As I write this, the UFO disclosure movement is reaching a crescendo. Government officials are admitting that anomalous aerial phenomena are real. Military personnel are testifying about encounters with craft displaying impossible capabilities. Scientists are calling for serious study of the phenomenon. The public is being prepared for some kind of revelation. But if Collins' elite was right, that revelation might be the culmination of a deception campaign that began thousands of years ago. Think about how perfectly the current disclosure narrative fits the Collins elite framework. We're being told that non-human intelligence has been monitoring humanity, that these beings possess technology that could solve our energy and environmental problems, that contact is inevitable and potentially beneficial. We're being encouraged to view disclosure as a positive development, a step forward in human evolution. But what if it's actually the final step in a plan that began when the first human looked at the sky and wondered if the gods were watching? The entities Collins' elite studied had thousands of years to perfect their understanding of human psychology. They knew that direct domination would eventually fail, that humans would rebel against obvious tyranny, but they also knew that humans could be convinced to surrender their autonomy willingly, if the surrender was framed as enlightenment or advancement. The promise of godhood had worked for ancient peoples. The promise of salvation had worked for medieval societies. And the promise of technological transcendence might be working on us right now. Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez had given me a framework for understanding the entity deception campaign, but they also gave me something more practical. A list of specific indicators that the final phase was beginning. We've been tracking these markers for decades, Dr. Rodriguez explained, showing me a comprehensive timeline of predicted developments. When all of them align, it means the entities believe humanity is ready for open contact. The first indicator was mainstream media normalization of UFO phenomena, not just reporting on UFO incidents, but actively promoting the idea that contact would be beneficial. According to their analysis, this phase had begun in earnest around 2017 and was accelerating rapidly. The second indicator was government disclosure of UAP reality without disclosure of government conclusions about entity intentions. They're admitting the phenomena are real, while carefully avoiding any discussion of what the entities actually want, Marcus noted. This creates public curiosity without public wariness. The third indicator was increased entity activity designed to demonstrate technological superiority while maintaining plausible deniability. The recent UAP videos released by the Pentagon fit this pattern perfectly. Clear evidence of advanced technology, but no direct communication or obvious threat. The fourth indicator was the emergence of credible advocates for contact within scientific, military, and government institutions. People with impressive credentials and no obvious ulterior motives, all promoting the same basic message, that humanity should welcome contact rather than fear it. Look at the current disclosure advocates, Dr. Rodriguez said, showing me biographical information on various scientists and former government officials. Impressive backgrounds, sincere motivations, reasonable arguments, but they're all promoting the same narrative the entities have been pushing for 70 years. The fifth and most disturbing indicator was the systematic suppression of research into entity psychology and motivations. While technological aspects of UAP were receiving increased attention and funding, questions about entity intentions were being dismissed as unscientific or irrelevant. That's how you know the entities are controlling the conversation, Marcus said. Any investigation that might reveal their true agenda gets discredited or defunded, while investigations that support their preferred narrative receive institutional support. According to their tracking system, all 5 indicators were currently active and accelerating. The underground Collins elite believed this meant humanity was within years, possibly months, of formal entity contact. Before I left Georgetown that day, Marcus pulled me aside for a private conversation. "You need to understand what you're walking into," he said quietly. "Everyone who's gotten this deep into Collins elite research has faced the same choice. Drop the investigation or accept that your life is going to change in ways you can't predict or control." He told me about colleagues who had been discredited through carefully orchestrated academic scandals, researchers who had lost funding after questioning entity motivations, investigators who had experienced personal crises that conveniently redirected their attention away from UFO phenomena. The entities don't usually resort to direct intimidation, Marcus explained. It's much more effective to make resistance seem personally costly. Failed relationships, career setbacks, health problems, family conflicts, all timed to coincide with getting too close to the truth. He showed me files documenting the life trajectories of dozens of Collins elite researchers over the past 50 years. The pattern was consistent. People who backed away from the investigation generally experienced improved circumstances, while those who continued faced escalating personal difficulties. "I'm not trying to scare you off," Marcus said, "but you need to know that this isn't just an intellectual exercise. The entities have a vested interest in controlling what humans believe about them, and they've had centuries to develop sophisticated methods for managing troublesome individuals." Dr. Rodriguez had faced similar pressures. Her tenure at Georgetown had been threatened twice due to budget constraints that mysteriously resolved themselves when she temporarily reduced her Collins elite research. Her marriage had ended during a period of intensive investigation into entity influence on religious institutions. Her health had suffered during the years she was most actively documenting entity deception patterns. "But here's the thing," she said. "The difficulties are real, but they're not insurmountable. The entities can make resistance costly, but they can't make it impossible. If they could simply eliminate troublesome humans, Collins elite would never have existed in the first place." She believed that entity limitations were precisely why the deception campaign was necessary. If entities could control human behavior directly, they wouldn't need to spend decades engineering consent for contact. The fact that they relied on manipulation suggested that human free will, while vulnerable to influence, remained fundamentally intact. Over the following months, Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez introduced me to other members of the underground Collins elite network. I was amazed by both the size and diversity of the group. Theologians and physicists, former intelligence analysts and current religious leaders, retired military officers and active researchers. What united them wasn't a shared background or ideology, but a shared conclusion that the UFO phenomenon represented a spiritual threat masquerading as a technological opportunity. Father Michael Torres, a Catholic exorcist based in New Mexico, had been documenting parallels between UFO encounters and demonic possession for 30 years. Dr. Rebecca Walsh, a psychiatrist specializing in religious experiences, had identified specific psychological patterns linking modern abduction accounts to historical accounts of spiritual deception. Colonel James Patterson, retired, former Air Force intelligence, had spent decades analysing UFO incident reports and concluded that entity behaviour was consistent with psychological warfare rather than scientific exploration. Each member of the network brought specialised knowledge and perspective, but all had reached similar conclusions about entity motivations and methods. More importantly, all had experienced some form of pressure or retaliation for their research, confirming the underground Collins elite's assessment that entity influence extended far beyond individual contactee cases. "We're not conspiracy theorists," Dr. Walsh explained during one of our meetings. "We're researchers who followed the evidence to an uncomfortable conclusion. The UFO phenomenon is real, the entities are real, but their intentions aren't what they claim to be." The network had developed sophisticated methods for secure communication and information sharing, operating on the assumption that their activities were being monitored by both government agencies and entity-influenced individuals within those agencies. "We have to assume that any information we share through normal channels will be compromised," Colonel Patterson explained. "But we also can't become so paranoid that we stop sharing information entirely. The entities benefit from our isolation more than our communication." As my involvement with the underground Collins elite deepened, I learned that the network extended far beyond the United States. Religious leaders in Europe, researchers in Asia, indigenous spiritual authorities in South America, all were reporting similar observations about entity activity and deception patterns. Dr. Rodriguez arranged for me to speak with several international contacts via encrypted communication channels. Their perspectives added crucial context to the Collins elite analysis. Brother Antonio Mendez, a Spanish monk who specialized in mystical theology, had been tracking entity influences on contemporary religious movements. His research suggested that entities were actively promoting syncretistic spiritual practices that emphasized cosmic consciousness over traditional religious authority. "They're not attacking religion directly," he explained through a translator. "They're subtly altering it, encouraging beliefs and practices that make humans more receptive to entity guidance and less connected to traditional sources of spiritual wisdom." Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a Japanese researcher studying anomalous phenomena in Buddhist contexts, had identified similar patterns in Asian spiritual communities. Entity influences seem designed to promote meditation practices that open practitioners to external guidance, while discouraging those that strengthened individual discernment and spiritual independence. Maria Santos, a shaman from Peru, described entity encounters that closely paralleled North American UFO contact reports, but framed in terms of traditional indigenous spirituality. The entities consistently promoted abandonment of ancestral traditions in favour of updated spiritual practices more suitable for the modern world. "Same spirits, different masks," she said simply. "They tell each culture what that culture wants to hear, but always with the same goal: make humans depend on them instead of their own traditions and wisdom." The global perspective confirmed the underground Collins elite's assessment that entity activity was coordinated across cultures and belief systems, but adapted to local contexts and expectations. The deception campaign wasn't centered in any particular country or religion. It was targeting human spiritual independence as a universal phenomenon. Based on decades of analysis and current trends, The underground Collins elite had developed a timeline for what they believed would be the final phase of the entity deception campaign. Phase 1, 2020 to 2025, mainstream normalization of UFO phenomena through government disclosure and media coverage. Emphasis on technological aspects while avoiding discussion of entity psychology or motivations. Gradual preparation of public consciousness for the possibility of contact. Phase 2, 2025 to 2030. Increased entity demonstrations designed to showcase technological capabilities and benevolent intentions, possibly including solutions to environmental or energy crises that humanity appears unable to solve independently. Growing public pressure for government contact initiatives. Phase 3, 2030 to 2035, formal contact between entity representatives and human governments. Presentation of comprehensive assistance packages addressing climate change, resource depletion, social conflicts and technological limitations. Initial agreements for limited cooperation and information exchange. Phase 4, 2035 to 2040. Gradual integration of entity guidance into human decision-making systems. Replacement of traditional political, economic and social structures with entity-recommended alternatives. Growing human dependence on entity technology and advice. Phase 5, 2040 plus. Complete transformation of human civilization according to entity specifications. Elimination of independent human spiritual development in favour of entity-directed consciousness evolution. Humanity's transition from independent species to managed resource. The genius of the timeline is that each phase will seem like humanity's choice, Dr. Rodriguez explained. People will vote for leaders who support contact. They'll demand access to entity technology. They'll embrace changes that make their lives easier and more comfortable. Marcus nodded grimly. By the time humans realize they've traded their freedom for security, the infrastructure for independence will have been dismantled. They'll be completely dependent on systems they don't understand, controlled by entities they trusted. The timeline wasn't inevitable, according to Underground Collins' elite analysis, but it was highly probable unless humanity developed widespread awareness of entity deception methods and conscious resistance to manipulation. That's why we're talking to you, Marcus said, and why we've been talking to researchers like you for 50 years. Information is the only weapon we have against this kind of psychological operation. After months of research and analysis, I found myself facing the same choice that every Collins elite researcher had faced since 1947. Accept the implications of what I'd learned, or find a way to dismiss it as paranoid speculation. The evidence was circumstantial but extensive. The pattern was consistent but complex. The implications were staggering but difficult to prove conclusively, and the personal costs of continued investigation were becoming increasingly apparent. My freelance work had dried up mysteriously. Dr. Martinelli had stopped returning my calls after someone complained about my misuse of university resources. My relationship was suffering under the strain of long hours spent on research I couldn't fully explain. My sleep was disrupted by dreams that felt more like memories of conversations I'd never had. But I also couldn't ignore what I'd learned. If Collins' elite was even partially correct, then humanity was walking into the most sophisticated trap in recorded history. And if that trap succeeded, future generations would live in a world where human independence was not just restricted, but literally unthinkable. The choice, ultimately, was between personal comfort and collective responsibility, between individual security and species survival, between the easy path of accepting official narratives and the difficult path of questioning everything I thought I knew about humanity's place in the universe. I chose to continue the investigation. It's been 6 months since my first meeting with Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez, and I'm no longer the same person who stumbled across that footnote in a theological dissertation. The evidence I've gathered has convinced me that Collins' elite was not only real, but correct in their fundamental assessment of the UFO phenomenon. We are not being visited by benevolent space brothers seeking to help humanity evolve to a higher level of consciousness. We are being manipulated by entities that have been perfecting deception techniques for millennia, entities that view humanity as a resource to be managed rather than a species to be assisted. The current UFO disclosure movement, whatever the sincere intentions of its individual advocates, is serving entity interests by preparing humanity to welcome contact rather than question it. The technological solutions being offered through various contact scenarios are not gifts, but baits in an elaborate trap that will close once humanity becomes dependent on entity guidance. And the most terrifying aspect is that it's working exactly as planned. Public opinion is shifting in favour of contact. Government agencies are admitting UFO reality while avoiding UFO psychology. Scientific institutions are studying technological aspects while ignoring behavioural patterns. Religious leaders are embracing cosmic spirituality while abandoning traditional discernment practices. We are being prepared for our own subjugation, and we are enthusiastically participating in the preparation process. But knowledge of a deception campaign, even a sophisticated one, provides power to resist it. The entities Collins' elite studied were powerful and cunning, but they were not omnipotent. Their influence depended on human ignorance, isolation, and consent. When humans understood their methods and refused to cooperate, entity influence diminished significantly. The underground Collins elite has spent 50 years documenting entity weaknesses as well as their strengths. They've developed techniques for recognizing and resisting manipulation. They've maintained networks of communication and support that entity influence cannot completely penetrate, and most importantly, they've preserved knowledge that would otherwise have been lost or corrupted. That knowledge is now available to anyone willing to look for it, question official narratives, and think independently about humanity's future. The choice between freedom and security, between independence and dependence, between human agency and entity guidance remains open. But that choice won't remain open forever. According to every timeline the underground Collins elite has developed, we are rapidly approaching the point where collective consent for entity contact will make individual resistance increasingly difficult and ultimately ineffective. The time for choosing is now. The information needed to choose wisely exists, but it requires effort to find and courage to accept. The consequences of choosing poorly may be irreversible. 60 years ago, Collins' elite tried to warn us. Today, their successors are still trying. Whether humanity listens and whether we choose wisely remains to be seen. But the warning has been delivered. The evidence has been presented. The choice is ours. Maybe that's why you never hear their name in congressional hearings or disclosure reports, because Collins' elite wasn't warning us about aliens. They were warning us about faith in the wrong thing, and how easily it can damn us. The question isn't whether Collins' elite really existed. The question is whether they were right. And if they were right, then everything we think we know about the UFO phenomenon might be part of the very deception they tried to expose. The entities they described have had 60 years to perfect their strategy since Collins' elite was terminated. 60 years to learn how to work within our institutions, shape our research, and guide our conclusions. 60 years to make sure that when disclosure finally comes, we'll welcome it with open arms. Because that's what good servants do, they welcome their masters home. But servants can choose to be free. The question is whether they will make that choice while they still can. That's tonight's deep dive into the Collins elite. A story that challenges everything we think we know about the UFO phenomenon and asks uncomfortable questions about the nature of contact itself. What do you think? Was Collins' elite a real government program, or just an elaborate piece of disinformation? And either way, are the questions they were asking the ones we should be asking now? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to suggest topics for future episodes. Your ideas keep sleep theories going, and trust me, we've only scratched the surface of what's hidden in the footnotes of history. Until next time, sleep well and question everything. Before we begin, I want to give a thank you to Bibelbrox and so many others who suggested this topic. Your ideas fuel these investigations into the shadows of history. If you have suggestions for future videos, drop them in the comments below. We read every single one. What if I told you that the last mission to the moon wasn't Apollo 17? What if 3 astronauts launched in secret, travelled 250,000 miles into the void, and discovered something that fundamentally changed humanity's relationship with space exploration? What if their names were erased, their families silenced, and their discovery buried under layers of classification that remain sealed to this day. This is the story of Apollo 18, the mission that officially never happened, but unofficially changed everything. The year was 1970, and America's love affair with the moon was dying. Apollo 13 had nearly ended in tragedy that April. Commander James Lovell, Command Module pilot Jack Swigert, and Lunar Module pilot Fred Hayes had survived an oxygen tank explosion 200,000 miles from home through sheer ingenuity and luck. The nation had held its breath for 4 days, glued to their television sets, watching 3 men fight their way back from the edge of the abyss. They made it. But the close call had rattled Congress. By September 1970, NASA Administrator Thomas Paine stood before the Senate Appropriations Committee with grim news. The remaining Apollo missions, 18, 19 and 20, were being cancelled. Budget constraints, shifting priorities and waning public interest had sealed their fate. The moon program that had captivated the world was ending, not with a bang, but with a bureaucratic whimper. Or so the public was told. Behind closed doors, a different story was unfolding. In the basement archives of the Johnson Space Center, there exists a document that most people will never see. It's labelled NASA SP4029, a dry budget reconciliation report from fiscal year 1971. Most of it contains exactly what you'd expect. Columns of numbers, departmental allocations, contractor payments. But on page 247, there's an anomaly. 3 line items totaling $287 million are listed under Specialized Systems Transfer Classified Program Support. The receiving account is identified only by a code, LB73DOD, Liberty Bell. Project Liberty Bell was a joint Department of Defense and NASA initiative, supervised by 2 organizations that rarely appear in public documents, the Office of Space Science and Applications and the National Reconnaissance Office. The NRO, for those unfamiliar, is America's spy satellite agency, so secret that its very existence wasn't officially acknowledged until 1992. What would NASA and America's most classified intelligence agency want with nearly $300 million and a cancelled moon mission? The answer lay in the Cold War's most dangerous game, nuclear detection. Throughout the early 1970s, American intelligence analysts were desperate to monitor Soviet nuclear testing. Satellite surveillance helped, but seismic detection remained the gold standard for identifying underground detonations. The problem was geography. Soviet test sites in Kazakhstan and Novaya Zemlya were geologically shielded, making detection difficult from Earth-based sensors. But what about sensors that weren't on Earth? The moon offered a unique advantage. Its stable, airless environment and low seismic noise made it an ideal platform for detecting faint vibrations across vast distances. More importantly, the moon's orbit around Earth meant that sensors could monitor Soviet territory during windows, when traditional surveillance was blind. Project Liberty Bell's mission was simple. Place advanced seismic relay equipment on the lunar surface, disguised as abandoned Apollo hardware, and use it to monitor Soviet nuclear activity. They would need a crew, 3 men willing to risk everything for a mission that could never be acknowledged. Commander Richard Anderson had been the backup pilot for Apollo 16. At 41, he was older than most astronauts, a Korean War veteran with silver temples, and the kind of steady calm that made younger pilots defer to him without question. He'd spent 2 years training for a moon landing that never came, watching as younger crews got the glory while he remained earthbound. When a 2-star general from the Department of Defense showed up at his Houston office in March 1973 with a manila folder marked Eyes Only, Anderson didn't hesitate. He was being offered what every astronaut dreams of, a mission to the moon. The fact that it was classified only made it more appealing. James Hall was different. A former Air Force test pilot, Hall had been assigned to the Manned Orbital Laboratory, the Air Force's secret space station program, before it was cancelled in 1969. He was 38, dark-haired, intense, with the kind of technical precision that made him NASA's go-to pilot for experimental systems. Hall had grown up reading Tom Swift novels and watching Flash Gordon serials. He joined the Air Force specifically to fly higher and faster than anyone else. When NASA recruited him after MOL's cancellation, he jumped at the chance. Hall was the command module pilot responsible for keeping the spacecraft alive while his crewmates descended to the surface. The third crew member was Marcus Kell, and he was an outsider. Kell wasn't military. He was a civilian geologist from the United States Geological Survey's Astrogeology Center in Flagstaff, Arizona. At 35, he'd spent a decade mapping lunar terrain from photographs, preparing traverse routes for astronauts who would walk on a stone he'd only studied from afar. Kell was wiry, intense, with thick-framed glasses and a habit of speaking in rapid-fire technical jargon that left his colleagues scrambling to keep up. NASA needed a geologist who could identify the best locations for seismic equipment and collect samples that would justify the mission's scientific cover story. Kell was brilliant, obsessive, and, crucially, unmarried with no children. His disappearance, if necessary, would cause minimal civilian disruption. The crew trained in isolation at a classified facility in Nevada, using equipment labelled as Skylab backup hardware. They studied maps of Mare Moscoviense, a far-side lunar basin that would provide their equipment with an unobstructed view of Soviet territory. They practiced deploying sensor packages disguised as standard Apollo science experiments, and they were briefed on what to do if they found something unexpected. Unlikely, the briefing officer had said, a CIA analyst whose name none of them caught. But the Soviets have had multiple lunar probes in the region. If you encounter any foreign hardware, photograph it, catalogue it, and bring back samples if possible. Do not attempt to interact with it directly. Anderson had raised an eyebrow. What kind of samples? The analyst's expression hadn't changed. Anything unusual. Anything that doesn't match baseline lunar geology. Anything that appears manufactured or processed. You think the Soviets built something up there? We think it's prudent to be prepared for any scenario. That should have been the first warning. Launch Complex 39B at Kennedy Space Center had seen better days. By December 1973, it had been more than a year since the last Saturn V had thundered skyward, carrying Apollo 17. The massive gantry stood silent, a rusting monument to a program that had conquered the moon, and then simply stopped. Tourists visiting the Space Center were told that 39B was being reconfigured for Skylab support operations. A plausible enough story, given that America's space station was still operational. What the tourists didn't see was the nighttime activity. Starting in November, unmarked trucks began arriving after dark, delivering components wrapped in protective shrouding. The vehicle assembly building's high bay doors would open just long enough to admit the cargo, then seal shut. Armed Air Force security police established a perimeter that extended far beyond the normal restricted zone. On the morning of December the 7th, 1973, NASA issued a press release announcing a systems compatibility test for Skylab backup hardware, scheduled for December 11th. The test would use vehicle SA-515, one of the unused Saturn V rockets, to verify orbital insertion procedures for potential future space station missions. It was a lie wrapped in technical jargon, and it worked perfectly. SA-515 was real. It had been constructed but never assigned to a mission. The Skylab story was plausible enough that the handful of space journalists who still covered NASA didn't dig deeper, and the December timing was deliberate. The Soviet Union's tracking stations would be focused on their own Soyuz 13 mission, currently in orbit. The crew arrived at the operations and checkout building at 0300 hours on December 11th. They'd spent the previous week in medical quarantine, officially to prevent any illness that might compromise the test flight, unofficially to prevent them from talking to anyone outside the mission loop. Anderson remembered the walk to the transfer van. The air was warm and humid, typical for Florida in December, carrying the salt smell of the Atlantic. Above them, stars blazed in a moonless sky. The irony wasn't lost on him. They were about to fly to the moon on a night when the moon itself was new, invisible from Earth. The suit technicians worked in silence, checking seals and connections with the efficient precision of people who'd done this dozens of times. But there were differences. The mission patches on their suits bore no designation, just the NASA logo. Their names weren't embroidered on the chest, just their surnames and a cryptic alphanumeric Anderson's D-73, Hall SD-73, Kells D-73, SD-73, Silent Dawn 1973. The elevator ride to the White Room seemed to take forever. Anderson's heart rate was elevated. He could hear it in his helmet's biomedical sensors, but steady. Hall was actually calmer than during simulations, his vital signs rock solid. Kell, predictably, was running hot, excitement overriding any nervousness. At 0522 hours, the crew entered the command module. They'd named it Endeavour, after Captain Cook's ship of exploration. The lunar module, still folded in the adapter below them, was Orpheus, the Greek hero who descended into the underworld and almost made it back. Another name that should have been a warning. The launch was textbook perfect. At 0631 hours, the Saturn V's 5 F1 engines ignited in a carefully sequenced cascade, producing £7.5 million of thrust. The flame trench beneath the pad redirected the exhaust in a searing river of fire. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the rocket strained against the hold-down arms, every component vibrating with barely contained violence. Then the arms released and Apollo 18 began to rise. Inside the command module, the crew was slammed into their seats by acceleration that built from 1G to 4Gs in a matter of seconds. The rocket's roar was so loud it transcended sound, becoming something physical, a pressure that invaded their bones. Outside the windows, the gantry dropped away with startling speed, replaced by sky transitioning from black to dark blue to brilliant azure. 2 minutes and 42 seconds after liftoff, the first stage separated, its fuel exhausted. The sudden change from brutal acceleration to relative weightlessness made Anderson's stomach lurch, but he kept his focus on the instruments. The second stage ignited smoothly, pushing them higher and faster. 11 minutes after leaving Earth, they were in orbit. The official NASA tracking data for December 11th, 1973 shows only routine Skylab telemetry. There's no mention of a Saturn V launch, no tracking data for a translunar injection burn, no acknowledgement that 3 men had just begun a 250,000-mile journey. But NORAD knew. Their radar installations had tracked every second of the ascent. The data was immediately classified, rerouted to a Department of Defense server that would remain sealed for decades. At mission elapsed time 2 hours, 44 minutes and 16 seconds, while passing over the Pacific Ocean on their second orbit, Endeavour's service propulsion system engine ignited for the translunar injection burn. For 5 minutes and 48 seconds, the engine pushed them faster and faster until they'd exceeded Earth's escape velocity. They were committed now, the moon or nothing. The 3-day coast to lunar orbit was simultaneously routine and surreal. They performed the usual systems checks, verified course corrections, practiced lunar module procedures. But there was no television coverage, no interviews with Walter Cronkite, no excited updates from Mission Control played on every radio station in America. Just them, alone in the void, following a trajectory that officially didn't exist. Flight Director Glyn Lunny oversaw the mission from a specially secured control room at Johnson Space Center. Lunny was a veteran of every Apollo mission since Apollo 7, a brilliant, unflappable leader who'd guided Apollo 13 home when disaster struck. If anyone could be trusted with the most classified mission in NASA's history, it was Lunny. But even Lunny wasn't prepared for what came next. Apollo 18 entered lunar orbit on December the 9th, 1973, at 17:23 mission elapsed time. The lunar orbit insertion burn was perfect, placing them in a 60 by 170-mile elliptical orbit that would be circularized before the landing attempt. Through their windows, the moon's surface scrolled past in stark blacks and greys, utterly lifeless, utterly alien. All remained in Endeavour while Anderson and Kell transferred into Orpheus, the lunar module that would take them to the surface. The undocking went smoothly, and Orpheus began its descent toward Mare Moscoviense. Mare Moscoviense, the Sea of Moscow, is one of the moon's most distinctive farside features. Unlike the familiar Maria visible from Earth, this impact basin is relatively small, only 270 miles across. But it contains unusual magnetic anomalies that had puzzled scientists for years. The mission planners had chosen it precisely because those anomalies might mask the electronic signatures of the surveillance equipment. What they didn't know was that the anomalies had a different source entirely. Orpheus touched down at 23:41 mission elapsed time, landing near the basin's southern rim where magnetic readings were strongest. Anderson's voice was steady as he reported, "Houston, Orpheus. The Eagle has landed." A deliberate echo of Armstrong's famous words, a private acknowledgement of the legacy they carried. "Copy that, Orpheus," came Lunny's response, his voice encrypted and relayed through a satellite network that bore no official connection to NASA. "You're go for EVA in 6 hours. Get some rest." But Anderson was staring out the window at something that didn't make sense. The landing site briefings had shown a relatively smooth area of mare basalt, perfect for deploying equipment. What he saw instead was irregular. The regolith, the dusty lunar soil, showed patterns. Not natural wind patterns, obviously, since the moon has no atmosphere, but linear features, geometric arrangements that looked almost like... "Houston, we have some unusual surface characteristics here," Anderson transmitted. "Request permission to move EVA-1 up to 0300 MET. A long pause, then... "Negative, Orpheus. Stick to the timeline. You need rest." Anderson exchanged a glance with Kell through their helmets. The geologist's eyes were wide behind his visor, fixed on the same patterns Anderson had noticed. "Copy that, Houston," Anderson said. But he knew neither of them would sleep. 4 hours later, they were suiting up anyway. The first EVAs officially began at 3:17 mission elapsed time. Anderson descended the ladder first, pausing on the bottom rung to deliver the words he'd rehearsed 100 times. "I step onto this ancient surface in the spirit of discovery and in the service of my country. No poetry, no giant leap for mankind." This was a military operation, and his words reflected that. Kell followed, immediately setting up the camera that would document their activities. Unlike previous Apollo missions, this footage would never be broadcast, but it needed to exist for post-mission analysis. They worked efficiently, deploying the seismic equipment packages with the practiced precision of countless simulations. The equipment looked identical to the ALS-EP science packages from earlier missions, but these units contained classified sensors designed to detect specific frequencies associated with nuclear detonations. It was while planting the third sensor array that Kell's voice cut across the radio, sharp with surprise. "Commander, you need to see this." Anderson bounded over in the lunar gravity's lazy arc. Kell was kneeling, or as close to kneeling as the suit allowed, next to an outcrop of rock that protruded from the regolith at an odd angle. "What am I looking at?" Anderson asked. Kell reached out with a gloved hand, brushing dust away from the rock's surface. Except it wasn't rock. The surface was metallic, not meteoritic iron, which Anderson had seen in photographs from previous missions. This was processed metal, showing what looked like machining marks, precise angles that didn't occur in nature. "Houston," Kell transmitted, his voice carefully controlled despite the excitement Anderson could hear underneath. "Surface sample at Station 3 shows unusual characteristics. Structure appears engineered, not geological. Recommend immediate sample collection and detailed photography." The response from Houston was immediate. "Say again, Orpheus. Did you say engineered?" "Affirmative, Houston. The sample shows evidence of..." The transmission cut out, not static, not interference, just silence. Anderson checked his radio. All lights green. He could hear Kell's breathing on the short-range suit-to-suit frequency. But Houston was gone. Then Kell's hand shot out, gripping Anderson's arm hard enough that he felt it through the suit's layers. "Commander," Kell whispered, even though there was no one to overhear in the moon's vacuum. "It's warm." That was impossible. The lunar surface temperature in sunlight reaches 260 degrees Fahrenheit. Hot enough to cook you in an unprotected suit. In shadow, it plunges to minus 280. But objects don't generate their own heat, not naturally. Anderson placed his own glove against the metal surface. Through the suit's insulation, he shouldn't have felt anything. But Kell was right. There was heat. Not scorching, but present. Unmistakable. Active. "We need to document this," Anderson said, forcing his voice to remain calm. "Full photography, spectroscopy if we can get readings. Then we collect samples and..." Kell wasn't listening. He'd moved around the outcrop, brushing away more regolith. revealing more of the structure beneath. It was massive. What they'd seen was just the tip, the exposed edge of something that extended down into the lunar surface. And now that Anderson's eyes had adjusted, he could see that the patterns in the regolith weren't random. They radiated out from this central point, like ripples in a pond, or like something had disturbed the dust when it powered up. Anderson's training took over. Document. Analyze. Report. He began photographing the structure from multiple angles, while Kell used the portable X-ray fluorescent spectrometer to analyze the metal's composition. The readings made no sense. The XRF showed titanium, but not any titanium alloy in their reference database. The crystalline structure was too regular, too perfect. Whatever this was, it hadn't been formed by natural processes. Orpheus, this is Houston. Do you copy? The transmission crackled back to life and Anderson nearly jumped. Houston, Orpheus, we copy. We experienced a 14-minute communication dropout. Negative, Orpheus. We show continuous telemetry. Your biomedical readouts went offline for 14 minutes, but voice communication remained nominal from our end. Anderson and Kell exchanged another look. They'd been shouting at Houston for 14 minutes with no response. Houston claimed they'd maintained contact the whole time. Someone was lying, or something had interfered with the transmission in a way that affected both ends differently. Houston, we have a situation here. We've uncovered what appears to be an artificial structure, possibly Soviet in origin, showing Orpheus, cease that work immediately. A new voice, not Lunny, harder, military. You are to collect the minimum required samples, photograph the area, and return to the LM immediately. Do you understand? Anderson felt something cold settle in his chest. Houston, we need more time to properly document. Orpheus, that is a direct order. Return to the lunar module. Now! The voice left no room for argument. They collected samples. 6 core tubes, each carefully sealed and labelled. Kell wanted to take more, to excavate deeper, to really understand what they'd found. Anderson had to physically pull him away. The climb back up the ladder felt wrong. They were leaving something behind, something that rewrote everything humanity thought it knew about the moon, and they were just walking away. Inside Orpheus, they pressurized the cabin and removed their helmets. Kell's face was flushed, his eyes bright with excitement and frustration. We found something, he said. Something that proves we're not alone. And they're ordering us to follow orders, Anderson interrupted. We're military personnel on a classified mission. We document, we report. We let the analysts make the calls. But nothing. We've got the samples. We've got photographs. We've done our job. Anderson began the post-EVA system check, his hands moving through the familiar routine while his mind raced. What had they found? Soviet equipment was the obvious answer, but the heat signature didn't fit. The Soviets had landed lunar probes in the region, but those were automated samplers, not powered installations, and the metal composition was wrong for Soviet manufacturing, which left possibilities that Anderson didn't want to think about. The return to orbit was scheduled for 16 hours later, giving them time to rest and prepare, but neither man could sleep. They sat in the cramped cabin, occasionally glancing at the sample containers, each lost in their own thoughts. It was Kell who finally broke the silence. What if it's not Soviet? Anderson didn't answer. Think about it. The magnetic anomalies in this region have been documented since the early orbital surveys. That's decades before either us or the Soviets had the capability to land anything here. What if those anomalies weren't natural? What if they were marking something? Marking what? Kell met his eyes. I don't know, but whatever that structure is, it's old. Really old. The regolith accumulation around it suggests it's been here for millennia, maybe longer. Nothing human built that. The words hung in the cabin like a physical presence. Before Anderson could respond, the radio crackled. Orpheus, Houston. We're showing an anomalous reading from your cabin environmental system. Confirm pressure holding steady. Anderson checked the gauges. Everything nominal. Houston, we show all systems green. Pressure is... He stopped. The cabin pressure gauge was dropping. Not rapidly, but definitely dropping. We have a leak, he said. his voice flat with the kind of calm that comes from years of training for disasters. Rate is approximately 0.3 psi per minute. Beginning emergency leak check procedures. They work systematically, checking every seal, every valve, every fitting. The leak wasn't in any of the obvious places, and the rate was increasing. Kel found it first. The primary hatch seal, which had been perfect before EVA, now showed signs of degradation. The rubber gasket looked corroded, eaten away by something. Houston, we found the leak source. Primary hatch seal shows unexpected deterioration. We're going to need to execute early ascent before we lose too much atmosphere. Another new voice from Houston, this one with a slight Texas accent. Orpheus, this is flight surgeon. Your biomedical readouts are showing elevated heart rates and core temperatures. Are you experiencing any unusual symptoms? Dizziness, nausea, visual disturbances? Anderson did a mental inventory. He felt fine. Anxious certainly, but that was justified given their situation. Negative, Houston. We feel nominal. Copy that, Orpheus. Be advised, we're seeing markers in your blood chemistry that weren't present pre-EVA. We'll need detailed post-flight medical analysis. Something in the samples, Anderson thought. Something from the structure. It had gotten into their suits, into their gloves. Microscopic particles that were now in the cabin with them. Houston, request immediate return to orbit. We need to rendezvous with Endeavour as soon as possible. Copy, Orpheus. You are go for immediate ascent. Hall is manoeuvring into position now. The launch from the lunar surface was violent and brief. Orpheus's ascent stage engine fired, blasting them away from the descent stage and back toward orbit. Through the window, Anderson caught one last glimpse of the landing site, the disturbed regolith, the exposed structure that was already being buried again by dust their ascent engine had kicked up. Evidence vanishing beneath lunar soil, perhaps never to be seen again. The rendezvous went perfectly. Hall had positioned Endeavour precisely, and the docking was textbook smooth. But when Anderson opened the tunnel between the two spacecraft, Hall immediately sealed his helmet. "Don't come through," Hall said, his voice tight. "Not yet. Jim, we need to transfer the samples and—" "I said not yet." Hall's eyes were hard. "Houston gave me direct orders. You two stay in the LM until we've run full biological protocols." Kel's laugh was bitter. "Biological protocols? We're in a vacuum. There's nothing alive on the moon." "Then you won't mind waiting while we make sure." Hall disappeared from the tunnel, and they heard the hatch seal from Endeavour's side. They were quarantined in space, 250,000 miles from home. The next 6 hours were a nightmare of waiting. Houston ran them through endless medical checks, drawing blood samples using the onboard medical kit, analysing biomarkers for anything unusual. The results kept coming back with the same message: anomalous proteins, unknown compounds, cellular changes that shouldn't be possible. Finally, Hall's voice came through the radio. "Houston is ordering you to jettison the sample containers." "What?" Kel exploded. "No! Those samples are the whole reason we're here. Those samples are contaminated with something that Houston's medical team can't identify. They pose an unacceptable biological risk." Anderson felt something inside him crack. They'd risked everything, found something that rewrote human understanding of the cosmos, and now they were being ordered to throw it into space like radioactive waste. "Houston, this is Commander Anderson. Request clarification. Are you ordering us to destroy evidence of possible extraterrestrial intelligence?" The silence stretched for 15 seconds. Then, "Negative. Orpheus? We're ordering you to protect the Earth from potential contamination. You don't know what you brought back. Neither do we, and we can't risk it reaching the atmosphere. We have containment protocols. The sample containers are sealed." The containers were sealed. Past tense. We're reading chemical changes in the seals similar to what happened to your hatch. Whatever degraded your gaskets is degrading the sample containers. You have maybe 12 hours before those seals fail completely. Kel was staring at the sample containers like they were his children being sentenced to death. There has to be another way. We could transfer them to Endeavour's storage, use the... Negative. All samples are to be jettisoned immediately. That's a direct order from the highest levels of command. Anderson understood then. This wasn't about protecting Earth. This was about protecting a secret. Whatever they'd found, someone had decided it was too dangerous, too destabilizing, too world-changing to ever reach the public. "Commander," Kel said quietly, don't do this. Anderson met his eyes. "I'm sorry." He began opening the sample containers one by one, using the LM's waste disposal chute to vent them into space. Core samples that might have contained proof of ancient intelligence, photographs, spectroscopic data, all of it fed into the void, all except one. While Kell's attention was on the gauges, Anderson palmed one of the smaller containers, a sample of the metallic structure itself. He tucked it into a maintenance access panel, a space meant for tools that would never be inspected during post-flight analysis. If they were going to bury this, at least one piece of evidence would survive. The transfer to Endeavour finally happened 18 hours after docking. By then, both Anderson and Kell were exhausted, their suits contaminated, their bodies showing increasingly unusual biomarker readings that Houston's doctors couldn't explain. Hall had set up a makeshift containment barrier using plastic sheeting and duct tape, separating the cabin into clean and contaminated zones. It was absurd, primitive, and probably ineffective. But it was all they had. The trans-Earth injection burn was scheduled for 36 hours after landing, giving them time to rest and prepare for the journey home. But Anderson couldn't rest. Every time he closed his eyes he saw that structure, that impossible architecture buried beneath lunar dust. And he heard the sound. It had been so faint during EVA that he'd dismissed it as radio interference. But now, in the quiet of the command module, he realised what it was. A vibration, subsonic, barely on the edge of perception. It came from the direction of Mare Muscoviense, cycling at regular intervals. A heartbeat. Something on the moon had a heartbeat. "Houston," he transmitted. "Request permission to conduct extended orbital survey of the landing site region before TEI burn." "Negative, Orpheus. You're to execute TEI on schedule and return to Earth immediately." "Houston, we're detecting unusual." "Orpheus." The voice was hard, final. "This conversation is over. Execute TEI on schedule, or we will be forced to conclude that you are medically unfit for command. Do you understand?" It was a threat. Refuse, and they'd declare him incompetent, remove him from command, potentially send Hall back alone, while Anderson and Kell were left in orbit to die. "Copy, Houston. We'll execute TEI on schedule." The burn went perfectly. Endeavour's service propulsion system fired for exactly 2 minutes and 33 seconds, accelerating them out of lunar orbit and onto a trajectory that would bring them home in 3 days. As the moon shrank in their rear window, Anderson saw Hall staring back at it with an expression he couldn't quite read. Regret? Fear? Wonder? "We should have stayed," Hall said quietly. "We should have refused the order and stayed to figure out what that thing was." "We'd be dead in a week," Anderson replied. "No resupply, no rescue mission. NASA would just say we never launched." "Maybe." Hall turned away from the window. "Or maybe we'd have learned something worth dying for." The re-entry was routine until it wasn't. They'd separated the service module and positioned the command module heat shield forward, exactly as planned. The entry corridor was perfect, 32 degrees off vertical, threading the needle between burning up from too steep an angle and bouncing off the atmosphere from too shallow. Anderson felt the first hints of deceleration, the gentlest push against his restraints as they kissed the upper atmosphere. Then, stronger. The G-forces built from 1 to 4 to 6, pressing them into their couches. Outside the windows, plasma began to form, a sheath of ionized air that glowed orange, then white, then an eye-searing blue-white that turned the cabin into a furnace. This was the moment when communication cut out, a normal blackout caused by the plasma sheath. It usually lasted about 4 minutes. It lasted 9. When the radio finally crackled back to life, the voice that came through wasn't mission control in Houston. It was a different frequency, a different operator. "Endeavour, this is USS New Orleans. Do you copy?" The New Orleans. Anderson knew that ship. It had recovered Apollo 14 in 1971, back when recovery operations were public events, covered by every news outlet in the country. "New Orleans, Endeavour, we copy. What's our position?" "You're approximately 600 miles east of projected landing zone. We're vectoring to your position now. ETA 90 minutes. 600 miles off course." That was impossible. Their navigation had been perfect, their trajectory dead on. Unless someone had changed the trajectory while they were in blackout. The capsule splashed down hard, slamming into the Pacific swells with enough force to rattle Anderson's teeth. The cabin tilted, rolled, then settled into the stable flotation position, with the heat shield down and the hatch pointing toward the sky. Through the window, Anderson could see a grey Pacific morning, overcast skies, and in the distance the angular silhouette of a Navy recovery ship, approaching at flank speed. But there was something wrong with the ship's profile. It was carrying more than the usual complement of boats and helicopters, and the deck configuration didn't match a standard Apollo recovery setup. Endeavour, remain in the capsule. Do not, repeat, do not open the hatch. Recovery swimmers are approaching with biological containment protocols. Paul's voice was tight. Biological containment. What the hell is going on? Anderson already knew. Someone had decided they were contaminated. Not just their suits, not just the samples. Them. The swimmers arrived wearing full hazmat suits, not the normal wetsuits of recovery teams. They attached a flotation collar to the capsule, then spent 30 minutes rigging what looked like a flexible containment tunnel from the hatch to a boat alongside. "Gentlemen," came a new voice, calm and clinical. "I'm Colonel Matthews, biomedical officer for this recovery operation. You're going to open the hatch, proceed through the containment tunnel, and board the boat. Do not remove your flight suits. Do not touch any of the recovery personnel. Is that understood?" "Understood," Anderson replied, because there was no point in arguing. The transfer was surreal. They shuffled through a plastic tunnel that swayed with every wave, climbed into a boat where personnel in hazmat suits directed them to sealed benches, then rowed in silence to the New Orleans. The ship had been modified. An entire section of the deck had been enclosed with plastic sheeting and negative pressure ventilation units. They were led through multiple decontamination chambers, each one more thorough than the last. Showers, chemical rinses, medical examinations that lasted hours. Finally, they were placed in isolation chambers, essentially hospital rooms sealed behind airlocks. They could see each other through thick glass windows, but they couldn't talk, couldn't touch, couldn't share the experience of what they'd witnessed. Anderson spent 3 days in that room before the visit started. Men in suits. No names, no badges, just folders full of documents that needed signatures. Non-disclosure agreements, medical waivers, legal instruments that essentially erased Apollo 18 from history. "Your families have been notified of a training accident," one of the suits explained. His voice was flat, bureaucratic. "You'll be listed as killed in a helicopter crash at Ellington Field. There will be closed casket funerals. Your wives will receive full benefits and pensions." "We're not dead," Anderson said. "Officially you are. Unofficially you'll be relocated, given new identities, and placed under permanent monitoring. What you found on the moon remains classified under national security protocols that supersede any oath you've ever taken." Kell, in the next chamber, was pounding on the glass. Anderson could see his mouth moving, forming words that were probably profane. Paul just sat on his bed, staring at nothing. "What about the samples?" Anderson asked. "What did your analysis show?" The suit's expression didn't change. There were no samples. The mission never happened. You were never on the moon. But Anderson had hidden one sample. He knew they'd find it eventually. They'd tear apart every inch of the command module during the accident investigation. But maybe it would buy enough time for someone to study it, to understand what they'd found. He was wrong. 2 weeks later, the isolation ended. Not because they were cleared, but because the decision had been made. Anderson was taken to a debriefing room where a 3-star general he didn't recognise sat across a metal table. "The capsule burned during recovery," the general said. "Onboard fire, very tragic. All physical evidence was destroyed. The descent stage on the moon will be listed in records as Apollo 17 hardware. Any lunar reconnaissance that spots it will be explained as a mapping error. You can't erase what we saw. We can. We have. And we will." The general slid a folder across the table. "These are your new lives. Study them. Become them. Because if you ever speak about Apollo 18 to anyone, your families, your friends, a priest, a journalist, anyone, you'll disappear. Not into isolation, not into prison. You'll just disappear. Are we clear?" They were clear. Richard Anderson became Robert Andrews, a civil engineering consultant in Seattle. He never remarried. He spent his evenings in a small apartment overlooking Puget Sound, watching the moon rise over the water and remembering what it felt like to stand on that ancient surface. James Hall became John Henderson, a flight instructor in Arizona. He taught teenagers to fly Cessnas and tried not to think about the spacecraft he'd piloted through the void. Marcus Kell became Martin Cole, a high school science teacher in Maine. He taught geology to bored sophomores and died a little inside every time they asked if anyone had ever found evidence of life beyond Earth. They never saw each other again. The agencies made sure of that. But they weren't the only ones who knew. In 1981, a NASA technician named Eldon Nichols was diagnosed with terminal pancreatic cancer. He was 82 years old, a veteran of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs, and he'd been present at Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii when the Apollo 18 crew was brought ashore. Before he died, Nichols gave an interview to a freelance journalist named Patricia Morrison. The interview was never published. Morrison's editor killed the story, her notes mysteriously disappeared from her apartment, and she received a visit from two men who strongly suggested she find a different career. But Morrison remembered what Nichols had told her. He'd seen biological containment canisters being loaded onto a C-141 Starlifter, military personnel in full hazmat suits, and one canister marked with stenciled letters, Lunar Origin. Viable. Something living. Something they'd brought back from the moon. Morrison spent the next decade trying to verify Nichols' story. She filed Freedom of Information Act requests that were denied. She tracked down other technicians who'd been at Hickam, but they all claimed ignorance or refused to talk. She even tried to locate the crew of Apollo 18, but their records had been scrubbed so thoroughly it was as if they'd never existed. She died in 1994 in a car accident that police ruled mechanical failure. Her research materials were never found. In 2009, NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter began mapping the moon's surface in unprecedented detail. The images were released to the public, allowing anyone with an internet connection to explore humanity's ancient footsteps on another world. A graduate student at MIT named David Chen was studying images of Mare Moscoviense when he noticed something unusual. Debris patterns that didn't match any documented landing site. Geometric arrangements in the regolith that suggested a descent stage, but in a location where no Apollo mission had officially landed. Chen published his findings in a small astronomy journal. The article got 17 views before the journal's website crashed. When it came back online 3 days later, the article was gone. Chen's faculty advisor suggested he focus on different research for his dissertation, but Chen had made copies. He shared them on forums, sent them to other researchers, uploaded them to file-sharing sites. The images kept disappearing, accounts got suspended, websites went offline, someone was watching, someone was listening. Robert Andrews died in 2019, at the age of 87. Heart failure, the death certificate said. Peaceful, in his sleep. His apartment was cleaned out by a professional service hired by the government. Most of his possessions were unremarkable. Books, furniture, the accumulated debris of a quiet life. But in a drawer hidden behind a false panel in his desk, they found a journal. The journal was confiscated immediately, classified, and locked away in a facility that doesn't appear on any map. But Andrews had been careful. He'd made a copy, sealed it in a waterproof container, and buried it in a public park in Seattle, with coordinates encoded in a letter he'd sent to his estranged daughter years before. She found it in 2023 after finally deciphering her father's cryptic final message. She read about Apollo 18, about the structure on the moon, about the cover-up that had stolen her father's identity and his life. She tried to go public. The story was picked up by a few conspiracy websites, dismissed as elaborate fiction, and quickly forgotten in the endless churn of internet content. But someone else was paying attention. In October 2024, a private lunar communications satellite detected an anomalous signal emanating from Mare Moscoviense. The signal was faint, barely distinguishable from background radiation, but it was there, and it was repeating. The satellite's operators ran the signal through enhancement algorithms, filtering out noise, amplifying the coherent patterns. What emerged made them contact NASA immediately. It was a voice, human, mail, transmitted on the S-band frequency that Apollo missions had used for communication. NASA's official response was immediate denial, equipment malfunction, atmospheric reflection of old transmissions, radio hobbyists with too much time. But the recording leaked anyway. It always does. The transmission lasted exactly 18 seconds. The voice was calm, almost resigned, distorted by decades of degradation and the interference of space. This is Commander Richard Anderson, Apollo 18. If anyone receives this, know that we were never alone up here. The structure at Mare Moscoviense is not Soviet. It's not human. It's old, older than our species, older than our civilization, and it's still active. We thought we were explorers, but we were trespassers. Whatever we awakened, it's still watching. It's always been watching. To anyone planning to return to the moon, be careful what you wake up. Anderson out. The recording has been analysed by audio forensics experts. Some claim it's authentic, a genuine transmission from 1973 that somehow got stored in the moon's magnetic field and released decades later. Others insist it's a hoax, an elaborate fake created by conspiracy theorists with access to vintage NASA equipment. NASA refuses to comment beyond their initial denial, but in the sealed archives, in the folders marked Eyes Only, there's a 1974 memo from the National Reconnaissance Office to the President of the United States. The memo is brief, just 3 paragraphs, but the final line reads, "Recommend permanent cessation of crewed lunar exploration. Object designated Artifact 1 remains active and demonstrates awareness of human presence. Further contact inadvisable until we better understand its nature and intentions." The memo is stamped approved. That's why we haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years. Not because of budget constraints or shifting priorities or lack of public interest. We haven't gone back because something is waiting there. Something ancient and patient and utterly incomprehensible. And somewhere in the classified depths of government servers, monitoring systems watch Mare Moscoviense 24 hours a day, waiting for the structure to wake up again. Waiting for the signal that will tell us whether that first contact was a greeting or a warning. In a nursing home in Tucson, Arizona, an 89-year-old flight instructor named John Henderson sits by a window, watching the moon rise over the desert. He hasn't spoken in 3 years. Stroke, the doctors say. But his eyes are clear, and sometimes the nurses catch him staring at the moon with an expression they can't quite identify. Fear, longing, recognition. On clear nights when the moon is full, Henderson's heart rate increases. The monitors beep faster, and sometimes, if you're very quiet, you can hear him whispering the same thing over and over. It's still warm, it's still warm, it's still warm. No one knows what he means, but somewhere on the moon, in a basin named for a city most people have never seen, something ancient stirs in the dust, waiting, watching. Remembering the day 3 humans came, discovered its existence and fled back to their distant blue world. Next time, it won't let them leave. What if I told you that the greatest unsolved mystery in American aviation history was never meant to be solved? That the man who vanished into the night sky over Washington state in 1971 wasn't a criminal at all, but a ghost created by the very government that spent decades pretending to hunt him. The story you're about to hear will make you question everything you thought you knew about Daniel Cooper, and about who's really watching from the shadows. Act 1. The Vanishing Man. The rain hammered against the windows of the FBI Seattle field office on November the 24th, 1971, as Special Agent Wallace Grant stared at the preliminary report on his desk. His coffee had gone cold hours ago, but he barely noticed. The words on the page seemed impossible, yet dozens of witnesses confirmed the same thing. A man calling himself Dan Cooper had just hijacked Northwest Orient Flight 305, extorted $200,000 in cash, demanded 4 parachutes, and jumped into the night somewhere over southwestern Washington. "Polite," Grant muttered, reading the passenger descriptions. "Calm." Methodical. He tapped his pen against the margin notes. "Who the hell are you?" The telex machine in the corner chattered to life, and Grant crossed the room to tear off the incoming message. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the text. From F.A. a Western region to... FB Seattle Field Office. Cruel Flight 305 incident. Military radar blackout window confirmed 2010 to 2047 PST. No visual confirmation of parachute deployment. Search parameters expanded to 200-mile radius. Grant frowned. A radar blackout? That was the first he'd heard of it. He picked up the phone to call the FAA when his supervisor, Bill Rackham, appeared in the doorway. "Put it down, Wallace," Rackham said quietly. "Sir, this telex mentions a radar blackout I wasn't briefed on." "I said put it down." Rackham's voice carried an edge Grant had never heard before. "The case is being transferred to Division 5. You're to compile your notes and hand everything over by 0800 tomorrow. Division 5. Grant felt something cold settle in his chest. Division 5 was domestic counterintelligence. They handled Soviet infiltration, sedition cases, threats to national security. What did they want with a simple skyjacking? "Bill, what's going on?" Rackham moved closer, lowering his voice. "Nothing you need to worry about. This one's above both our pay grades. Just do as you're told and forget about Dan Cooper." But Grant couldn't forget. None of them could. And 54 years later, in a climate-controlled archive room 3,000 miles away, someone was about to discover why. Act 2. The Black File. Eleanor Reed had spent 37 years with the FBI, most of them in the Records Management Division, a job that sounded boring to everyone who asked, and was exactly as boring as it sounded. She'd filed reports, digitised old case files, and watched younger agents climb the ladder while she remained comfortably anonymous in the basement archives. Now, at 62 and 6 months into retirement, she'd been called back for a special project, digitising the remaining Norjack files, the Bureau's code name for the Dan Cooper investigation. It was simple work, scanning old documents and cross-referencing them in the database, but Eleanor didn't mind. The extra money helped, and there was something oddly satisfying about handling pieces of history. She was 3 weeks into the project when she found it. The file had been misfiled in a box labelled Hijacking Incidents 1968 to 1970, placed between reports on 2 forgotten cases. The folder itself was unremarkable. Standard manila, slightly yellowed with age, but the stamp across the front made Eleanor's pulse quicken. Project Cooper Directive. Eyes only, classification. Top secret authorised personnel only. Eleanor glanced toward the archive room door. She was alone, as usual. The senior archivist wouldn't be back from lunch for another 20 minutes. Her hand hesitated over the folder before curiosity won out. Inside were approximately 40 pages of documents, memos, and handwritten notes. The first page was a summary brief dated November 15th, 1971, 9 days before the hijacking. Memorandum for Division 5, Assistant Director from Special Projects Liaison, Office of Technical Service. Subject: Operation Cooper Directive, Phase 1, Authorization. This is to confirm joint operation authorization between Bureau Division 5 and Central Intelligence Agency Office of Technical Service for the execution of controlled hijack simulation exercise, codenamed Cooper Directive. Objective: Measure public response parameters to civilian aviation threat scenario. Assess media amplification patterns, law enforcement coordination efficiency, and population anxiety metrics over extended timeline. Operational window: November 20th to 30th, 1971, asset designation. Subject D. Cooper. Civilian contract, non-disclosure binding. Scenario: simulated ransom hijacking. Northwest Orient Airlines. Seattle-Tacoma route controlled variables. Pre-positioned parachutes, inert test models. Marked currency. Sequential serials, CIA Counterfeit Division. Predetermined egress coordinates. Eleanor read the words 3 times, certain she must be misunderstanding. A controlled simulation. But Dan Cooper was real. Witnesses saw him. The airline confirmed the hijacking. The FBI had searched for months. She turned to the next page. An operational timeline with minute-by-minute checkpoints. Most had neat check marks beside them, but at 2039 PST someone had written in red ink, "Subject deviated from protocol. deployed personal chute, no radio contact. And below that, in different handwriting, shakier, subject did not deploy test chute, took cash and documents. Possible defection. Contain. Documents? Eleanor flipped through more pages, finding a manifest of items supposedly aboard Flight 305. Most were expected. The money bag, parachutes, fuel calculations. But near the bottom, someone had added a handwritten note. Courier package confirmed sewn into currency bundles. Contents: microfilm archives, Operation Chaos subject files, preliminary Watergate documentation, priority recovery. Eleanor sat back in her chair, her mind racing. Operation Chaos was the CIA's illegal domestic surveillance program, exposed years later during the Church Committee hearings. Watergate documentation, before the break-in was even public knowledge. She photographed every page with her phone, her hands trembling slightly. This wasn't just a cold case file. This was evidence of something far larger, something that powerful people had worked very hard to bury. As she replaced the folder exactly where she'd found it, Eleanor noticed one final detail that made her stomach drop. The last page was a distribution list of everyone who'd received copies of the directive. 14 names. Beside 11 of them, someone had drawn a small red X. And at the bottom, in fresh ink that couldn't be more than a few years old, monitoring ongoing, containment protocol active. Eleanor locked the archive room behind her and walked to her car on legs that felt disconnected from her body. She didn't notice the grey sedan that pulled out 3 cars behind her, maintaining a careful distance all the way to her apartment in Silver Spring. Act 3. The Surviving Asset. Thomas Harkins lived in a modest ranch house outside Olympia, Washington, surrounded by towering Douglas firs that blocked most of the sunlight. Eleanor had tracked him down through the operational files. He'd been an airfield technician at McCord Air Force Base in 1971, one of the few names on the distribution list without a red X. When he opened the door, she saw a man who'd aged far beyond his 87 years. His hands shook slightly, and his eyes held the haunted look of someone carrying secrets too heavy to bear alone. "Mr. Harkins, my name is Eleanor Reed. I worked for the FBI Records Division, and I need to ask you about something that happened in November 1971. His face went pale. You should go. Please. I found the Cooper directive files. I know it was a simulation. I know something went wrong." Harkins gripped the doorframe. "If you found those files, you're already in danger. They don't let people like you just walk away with that kind of knowledge." "Then help me understand what I'm walking away from." For a long moment he said nothing. Then he stepped aside. 5 minutes, that's all you get. His living room was sparse, a worn couch, a television, photos of grandchildren on the mantel. Harkins didn't offer her a seat. Instead, he moved to the window and peered through the curtains at the empty street. "I was just a technician," he began, his voice low. 23 years old, fresh out of technical school. In early November, they brought me into a secure hangar and told me I'd been selected for a classified logistics assignment. All I had to do was prepare 4 parachutes according to very specific modifications. What kind of modifications? 2 of them were real, standard military reserve chutes, fully functional. The other 2 were test models, inert. They'd open, but they weren't designed to support a person's weight for more than a few seconds, just long enough to make it look real if anyone happened to spot the drop. Eleanor felt sick. "They were going to kill him!" "No," Harkins shook his head. "That's what I thought at first too. But the asset, Cooper, he was supposed to take the inert chutes. He knew which ones they were. The whole plan was for him to jump with an inert chute, deploy it for visual confirmation, then cut away and deploy his personal rig. He'd land at predetermined coordinates where a recovery team was waiting. Clean extraction, controlled environment, perfect psychop to study public response to aviation terror. But he didn't follow the plan. He took the real chutes, and he took something they didn't expect him to take." Harkins returned to the window, his paranoia evident. The money wasn't the prize. Inside the currency bundle sewn into the fabric of the money bag itself was a courier package. Microfilm. dozens of rolls containing names, addresses and photographs of deep-cover CIA operatives working domestic assignments, people who'd been exposed by intelligence leaks inside the agency. Why would they transport something like that on a civilian flight? Because no one would think to look there. It was supposed to be a quick handoff. Cooper gets the money bag, jumps, recovery team secures the package, case goes into the books as an unsolved mystery. But Cooper realised what he had. Those weren't just names on film. Those were leverage, insurance, proof that the agency was running illegal operations on American soil. He defected. That's one word for it. I'd say he made a business decision. Someone inside the operation tipped him off about what was really in that bag. He grabbed the intel and vanished, and the people who designed the whole thing couldn't exactly file a police report saying their fake hijacker stole their illegal surveillance records. Eleanor pulled out her phone and showed him the photo of the distribution list. 11 of these people are dead, marked with red X's. Harkins barely glanced at it. 12 now. Martin Kellerman died 3 months ago. Heart attack, they said. He was 59 and ran marathons. His jaw tightened. Everyone connected to the directive has been systematically eliminated over the past 2 decades. I'm alive because I was nobody. A technician who prepared parachutes and kept his mouth shut. But you found the file, which means someone made a mistake. The mistakes get corrected. I need to know who's doing the correcting. You're asking the wrong question. You should be asking why they're still correcting mistakes from an operation that's 50 years old. He finally met her eyes. The Cooper case never closed because it was never supposed to close. Think about it. How many unsolved mysteries stay in the public consciousness for half a century? How many trigger thousands of amateur investigations, documentaries, books, conspiracy theories? You're saying the mystery itself is intentional? I'm saying the mystery is the experiment. They wanted to see how long they could keep a story alive through cultural reinforcement. No closure, no resolution, just perpetual speculation. The perfect case study in long-term social engineering. Dan Cooper isn't a person anymore, he's a phenomenon. And someone is still managing that phenomenon. Eleanor's mind reeled. Who? I don't know names. But after I left McCord, I did some digging. Found references to something called Operation Horizon Wing, a continuation program funded through discretionary intelligence budgets. Its mandate was behavioural containment following hijack simulation incident. That was in 1973. It's been refined, privatised, and expanded since then. Last I heard, it was being run through a DARPA contractor specialising in psychological operations and narrative control. That's insane. That's classified. He handed her a slip of paper with an address. There's someone who knows more than I do. Greg Larson, investigative journalist, specialises in government transparency cases. If anyone can help you make sense of this, it's him. But Eleanor, understand something. The moment you go public with this, you become a loose thread. And they're very good at trimming loose threads. She tucked the paper into her pocket. Why are you helping me? For the first time, something like a smile crossed his weathered face. Because I'm 87 years old and I'm tired of being afraid. Maybe it's time someone finally cut the strings. Act 4, The Shadow Investigation. Greg Larson worked out of a converted warehouse in Portland's industrial district, surrounded by filing cabinets, conspiracy corkboards, and enough encryption equipment to make the NSA nervous. When Eleanor arrived with her documentation, he spent 3 hours verifying the files before he said a single word. Finally he sat back and removed his reading glasses. This is real. I know. No, I mean this is really real. I've chased government ghosts for 15 years and most of it's smoke and mirrors. But this? He gestured at the document spread across his desk. This is actionable, verifiable, court-admissible evidence of a domestic psychop. Do you understand what you found? I understand that people have died to keep it buried. Then you understand we need to be extremely careful. He pulled up several databases on his computer. I've been tracking anomalies in the Norjack case for years. There are inconsistencies that never made sense until now. He showed her aerial photographs from 1980, when a young boy found $5,800 of Cooper's ransom money, partially buried along the Columbia River at Bar. The FBI made a big deal about this discovery. They said it proved Cooper died in the jump and the money washed downstream. But look at the serial numbers. Eleanor leaned closer. They matched the currency manifest. Except they shouldn't exist. Greg pulled up another file. I obtained records from the CIA's Technical Services Division through a FOA request 6 years ago. Buried in thousands of pages of budgetary documentation was a line item for currency reproduction services provided to Fort Belvoir in late 1971. Fort Belvoir is where the Army runs its counterfeit detection and production facility. They made fake bills with the same serial numbers. Test bills, for training purposes, officially. But here's the thing. The money found at Bar was weathered, but not consistently. Some bills showed severe degradation, others were barely affected. That's not how natural exposure works. The weathering was staged. They planted Cooper's money to close the case, to stabilise the narrative. By 1980, the story was getting stale. They needed a development to keep it alive, to make it feel like progress was being made. A small discovery, enough to generate headlines, but not enough to actually solve anything. It's brilliant in a deeply disturbing way. Eleanor felt the pieces aligning in her mind. Harkins mentioned Operation Horizon Wing, a behavioural containment program. Greg's fingers flew across his keyboard. Let me check something. He accessed what appeared to be a classified database. Eleanor didn't ask how. Here. Internal CIA memorandum dated April 1973 from Richard Helms to the Director of the Office of Technical Service. The scanned document appeared on screen. R.E. Operation Horizon Wing. Quarterly assessment. Public myth successfully stabilised following subject's unplanned extraction. Media amplification parameters within acceptable ranges. Civilian investigation efforts show predicted patterns of obsessive focus without resolution demand. Recommendation. Continue monitoring cultural reinforcement mechanisms. Maintain periodic evidence discoveries to sustain engagement without closure. Current timeline projects sustained public interest for minimum 25-year cycle. Budget allocation. Approved under discretionary domestic analysis programs. Transition to private contractor oversight recommended by 1985 to minimise institutional liability. 25 years minimum, Eleanor whispered. It's been 54. Because it worked better than they ever imagined. The Cooper legend became self-sustaining. People didn't need the government to keep it alive. They did it themselves. But someone still needs to manage it, to make sure it doesn't drift too far from the useful narrative. Who's managing it now? Greg pulled up a corporate registry. The program was privatised in 1987, transferred to a company called Horizon Analytics, which was later absorbed by Sentinel Cognitive Systems in 2003. Sentinel holds multiple contracts with DARPA's Behavioural Sciences Division. Their specialty is narrative architecture and long-term social pattern analysis. That sounds like Orwellian nightmare fuel. It gets better. Sentinel's CEO is a woman named Patricia Koenig. Want to guess where she worked before going private? CIA, Division 5 of the FBI. She was 17 years old when the Cooper hijacking happened, but by 1983 she was running psychological operations for Bureau Counterintelligence. She has the institutional knowledge, the clearances, and the resources to keep this thing alive indefinitely. Eleanor stood and paced the warehouse floor. So what do? We can't exactly file a police report. We leak it. Not to mainstream media. They're too compromised, too afraid of losing access. We go to independent platforms, multiple sources simultaneously. We flood the zone with documentation before they can contain it. And then we see if the truth can survive contact with the people who've been lying about it for 5 decades. Greg began organising the files. I'll need 48 hours to verify secondary sources and set up deadman switches. If anything happens to either of us, the documentation auto-releases to 24 outlets. You think they'd really kill us over this? He met her eyes with an expression that was almost pitying. Eleanor, they've already killed 11 people. We're just 2 more loose threads. Act 5. The truth buried in plain sight. They worked through the night, building an unassailable case. Greg had contacts in cryptography who verified the document's authenticity. Eleanor cross-referenced names and dates with public records, building timelines that proved the government's narrative had been manufactured from the beginning. By dawn, they had everything ready for release. That's when Greg's phone rang. He checked the screen and frowned. "Unknown number," he answered on speaker. "Larson." The voice that came through was distorted, digitally masked. "Mr. Larson, Miss Reed, you've both been very busy." Eleanor felt ice flood her veins. "You have information that doesn't belong to you," the voice continued. "Information that could cause significant disruption to ongoing research initiatives. We're prepared to offer you a choice. Walk away now, destroy everything you've compiled, and return to your lives with no consequences. Or proceed with your planned disclosure and face legal action for theft of classified materials, conspiracy to violate the Espionage Act, and unauthorized disclosure of national defense information." Greg leaned toward the phone. "Who is this?" "I'm someone who appreciates thoroughness, Mr. Larson. Your investigation has been impressive, but you're missing the larger picture. The Cooper Directive wasn't a mistake or a conspiracy. It was research, valuable research that continues to produce actionable intelligence on social behavioural patterns. You're admitting the government staged a hijacking and has been manipulating the public for 50 years. I'm admitting that understanding how populations process, remember, and mythologize unsolved events is crucial to national security. The Cooper case has provided decades of data on collective memory, conspiracy theory formation, and the relationship between mystery and cultural identity. That research has applications far beyond a single hijacking. It informs counter-terrorism strategy, disinformation detection, and crisis communication protocols." Eleanor found her voice. "People died. 11 people on that distribution list were murdered to protect your research. Natural causes, accidents, and unfortunate timing. You're seeing patterns that don't exist, Miss Reed. Confirmation bias is a powerful thing, as our research has repeatedly demonstrated. Then you won't mind if we publish what we found." A pause. "You'll find that difficult without your documentation." Greg's face went white. He pulled up his encrypted drives. Empty. The cloud backups. Gone. Every file they'd compiled, every photograph Eleanor had taken, wiped clean as if they'd never existed. How? Did you really think we wouldn't notice a retired FBI archivist accessing restricted files? That we wouldn't monitor a journalist with a history of investigating classified programs? You were never in control of this investigation, Mr. Larson. We simply allowed you to believe you were, so we could assess your methodology and identify any other potential security breaches." Eleanor pulled out her phone. The photos were gone. Even the originals, backed up to her personal cloud, deleted. "The files in the archive room," she said desperately. "The Cooper Directive folder was removed from the National Archives 3 days ago and appropriately reclassified. There is no record of its existence. There is no record of this conversation. In approximately 90 seconds, this phone will disconnect and all trace of this call will be erased." "You can't just erase the truth." "Miss Reed, we've been erasing, reshaping and managing truth for longer than you've been alive. The Cooper case is just one of hundreds of ongoing social research programs. Every major unsolved mystery of the past century has been carefully studied for its psychological impact. Some occur naturally. Some we engineer. All of them teach us something valuable about human nature." The line crackled with static. 60 seconds. I suggest you both return to your normal lives. Mr. Larson, your next article on municipal corruption will be well received. Miss Reed, enjoy your retirement, but understand, you are now part of our research database. Any future attempts to investigate this matter will be noted and addressed accordingly. Wait, Greg started. The line went dead. They sat in stunned silence for a long moment. Greg immediately tried to verify what the caller had said, checking and rechecking his drives, his backups, his fail-safes. Everything was gone. Not just deleted, erased at a level that suggested direct access to his systems despite multiple layers of encryption. "This is impossible," he muttered. "I had these files distributed across 6 different networks. They couldn't have accessed all of them. Unless they'd been monitoring from the beginning," Eleanor thought. unless every move they'd made had been observed, catalogued, and allowed to proceed just far enough to identify any security weaknesses. She walked to the window and stared out at the grey Portland morning. Somewhere in this city, in this country, people were going about their lives completely unaware that their government had spent half a century running psychological experiments on them disguised as unsolved mysteries. "They win," she said quietly. "No." Greg's voice was firm. "They don't get to win. We have no evidence, no files, no proof of anything. If we try to tell this story, we sound like conspiracy theorists. We have nothing. We have our testimony. We have what we saw, what we learned. We can still what? Get dismissed as crazy? Get disappeared? They're monitoring us, Greg. They've made that clear. The moment we become more trouble than we're worth, we end up like the other 11 people on that list." He wanted to argue. She could see it in his face, but he knew she was right. They'd lost. Act 6. The Final Broadcast. Eleanor returned to her apartment that afternoon, feeling hollowed out. The grey sedan was gone. They didn't need to follow her anymore. She was contained, neutralised, no longer a threat. She made tea she didn't drink and sat by the window watching the street below. Normal people doing normal things, unaware that the reality they lived in was being carefully curated by people in windowless rooms who viewed human behaviour as data points to be collected and analysed. The mailbox buzzer startled her from her thoughts. She took the elevator down to the lobby, expecting bills or junk mail. Instead, she found a small padded envelope with no return address, just her name written in block letters. Inside was a USB drive. No note, no explanation, just the drive and a paper label that read, "Flight 305, recovered audio." Eleanor's hand shook as she carried it back upstairs. This was a trap, it had to be. They were testing her, seeing if she'd learned her lesson. But she couldn't stop herself from plugging it into her laptop. A single audio file. She clicked play. Static filled her speakers, the harsh crackle of old radio transmission. Then, through the noise, a voice. "Ground control, this is Cooper." Confirming egress at designated coordinates. More static. Then a different voice, calm and professional. "Negative, Cooper. You're not at designated coordinates. Abort extraction. Repeat, abort extraction and proceed to..." "Negative, ground control. I'm exactly where I need to be." "Cooper, you're in violation of operational protocol. Return to dash dash." "Protocol?" The voice that had to be Cooper laughed. "Let me tell you about protocol. The people you work for just tried to kill me with faulty equipment. The people I work for just tried to buy me with someone else's secrets. I don't work for anyone anymore." "Cooper, listen carefully. The cargo you're carrying is classified beyond your clearance level. If you do not return it immediately, you will be designated a hostile asset and..." "And what? You'll what exactly? File an official report saying your fake hijacker stole your illegal surveillance files? Tell the FBI that your psychological operation went rogue?" "I don't think so." A long pause filled with static. Then a third voice. Older. Authoritative. "Mr. Cooper, my name is Richard Helms. I believe we should discuss terms." The recording cut out. Eleanor replayed it 3 times, trying to process what she was hearing. But it was the background sound that finally made her pause. Beneath the voices, beneath the static, there was a steady rhythmic hum. Mechanical. Precise. She isolated the background frequencies using audio software and felt her skin crawl. The hum matched the signature of VLF transmissions, very low-frequency radio waves used for communicating with submarines. The technology existed in 1971, but these particular modulation patterns, this specific encryption scheme, weren't developed until the late 1990s. Someone had faked this recording. Recently. But why send it to her? Why now, after they'd wiped all her evidence and warned her to stay silent? Unless this was the next phase of their research. They'd contained the immediate threat, deleted the hard evidence, but now they wanted to see what she'd do with ambiguous information. Would she investigate further? Would she try to verify the audio? Would she learn from her mistakes, or would she keep pulling at threads they'd deliberately left loose? She was still part of their experiment. She'd always been part of it. Eleanor closed her laptop and sat in the gathering darkness of her apartment. Somewhere, analysts were noting her behavioural response, updating their models of how retired FBI archivists process suppressed information. The research never ended. The observation never stopped. She thought about Thomas Harkins living in fear for 50 years, about Greg Larson, whose career investigating government secrets had probably been monitored and guided more than he'd ever know, about Dan Cooper himself, whoever he really was, jumping into the night with secrets that powerful people desperately wanted back. The smart thing to do was delete the audio and forget everything. Return to retirement, pretend none of this had happened. But Eleanor had never been particularly smart about knowing when to quit. She copied the audio file to 3 different cloud services using 3 different encryption methods. She sent anonymous copies to 5 journalists she'd never contacted before. She uploaded it to 4 different conspiracy forums using a VPN and burner email addresses. If they wanted her to be part of their research, she'd show them what uncontrolled variables looked like. Within 2 hours, the audio was spreading across the internet. Within 6 hours, major news outlets were reporting on newly surfaced Cooper hijacking audio. Within 12 hours, the FBI had issued a statement calling it a hoax. Eleanor waited for the knock on her door, for the consequences she knew were coming. Instead, she received a text from an unknown number. Interesting choice. Data collection continuing. Thank you for your participation. She stared at the message until her screen went dark. They'd won after all, because even her rebellion was useful to them. Epilogue. The Loop. Present day. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Digital Archives. Case file. Norjack. DB Cooper investigation. At 3:47 a.m. Eastern Time, the case status updated automatically. Status: ongoing evaluation. Last modified. Current date modified by DCOPER71. The change triggered no alarms. The system had been making similar updates every few months for years, each time from the same user account that technically didn't exist in any official database. In Seattle, a cybersecurity researcher noticed the update while doing routine archive scraping for a documentary project. She screenshotted the metadata, intending to write a blog post about government database quirks. Her computer crashed before she could save the file. In Portland, Greg Larson received an email from a source claiming to have new information about the Cooper case. The attached files were encrypted with a key he'd never seen before. When he tried to decrypt them, his entire server farm went offline for 6 hours. When the systems came back up, the email was gone. In Silver Spring, Eleanor Reed woke from a dream she couldn't quite remember. Something about parachutes and static and a voice saying they were never passengers, they were observers. She made coffee and checked the news. The Cooper audio she'd leaked had been thoroughly debunked by experts who had determined it was a digital fabrication created using modern software. The story had already faded from the news cycle, replaced by newer mysteries, fresher conspiracies. She opened her laptop to check her email and found a notification that her FBI pension had been increased by 3%. No explanation, just an automated message thanking her for her years of service. She closed the laptop. Through her window she watched morning commuters rushing to catch buses and trains. Normal people living normal lives. But somewhere in that crowd, she knew there were observers, analysts, people who studied the patterns of daily life and measured how populations responded to the stories they were told. The Cooper case would never be solved because it was never meant to be solved. It was a perpetual experiment in controlled mystery, and she had just proven that even people who knew they were being manipulated couldn't escape the manipulation. Her phone buzzed with a news alert. Newly discovered evidence in Zodiac killer case sparks renewed investigation. Eleanor almost laughed. The cycle never ended. The research continued. And somewhere in a secure facility that didn't appear on any map, analysts were already measuring public response to the latest chapter in another carefully managed unsolved mystery. At SeaTac International Airport, security cameras captured thousands of faces every hour. Most were logged and deleted after 72 hours, lost in the endless stream of travellers moving through the terminal. But at 2:23 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon in the present day, a facial recognition algorithm flagged something unusual. A man, tall, approximately 6 feet, dark suit, narrow tie, carrying a vintage briefcase that dated to the early 1970s. The system attempted age regression analysis based on known photographs from the Cooper case, but the man's face was angled away from the camera at precisely the moment that would have provided the clearest image. The only clear shot captured him at the TSA checkpoint, placing his briefcase on the conveyor belt. Just before the metal detector, he turned toward the camera and smiled. The image was flagged for review, assigned a reference number, and forwarded to a database that, officially, didn't exist. By the time a human analyst viewed the footage 6 hours later, the man was gone, vanished into the crowds like a ghost who'd never been real to begin with. The analyst made a note in the file, closed the window, and returned to monitoring the next unsolved mystery. Somewhere a clock was ticking. Somewhere an experiment was still running. And somewhere a man who might or might not have been Daniel Cooper was smiling at the cameras, knowing that the greatest trick he'd ever pulled was making them think he'd disappeared in the first place. The game wasn't over. It had never really begun. Before we begin, a massive thank you to Chris 8301 and so many others who suggested this story idea. Your enthusiasm for uncovering hidden truths inspires everything we do here. If you have ideas for future videos, drop them in the comments below. We read every single one. The photograph shouldn't exist. Elena Markovich stared at the image on her computer screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard in her dimly lit cubicle. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Thursday in March, and she was alone on the 3rd floor of the National Archives building in College Park, Maryland. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows across rows of filing cabinets that held the secrets of a nation. The photo showed 5 men in dark suits standing in what appeared to be a Pentagon hallway. 4 of them she recognised from her years cataloguing Cold War documents. Secretary of Defense Neil McElroy, Vice President Richard Nixon, Admiral Arthur Radford, and a younger man she believed was one of Eisenhower's science advisors. But it was the 5th man who made her breath catch. He was tall, perhaps 6'3" or more, with sandy hair swept back in a style common to the late 1950s. His suit was impeccable, perfectly tailored, but there was something about his posture, the way he held himself, that seemed subtly wrong. Too straight, too still, like a statue pretending to be human. The file stamped across the bottom of the photograph read, Project Victor 1, do not release, eyes only. Eleanor had stumbled upon it by accident 3 hours earlier while processing box 4782 from the newly declassified records of the Office of Defence Mobilisation. Most of the box contained mundane correspondence about civil defence procedures and fallout shelter construction. But wedged between 2 reports on industrial production capacity was a manila folder with no proper classification markings, just a handwritten label that said VT Pentagon Residence 1957 to 1960. Inside were 12 documents, most of them heavily redacted, but what remained was enough to keep her rooted to her chair as the cleaning crew came and went. as her colleagues packed up and headed home to their families as the building settled into its nighttime silence. A memo dated March 16, 1957, from the Office of the Secretary of Defence. Subject accommodation request dignitary v. Thor. Reference is made to verbal authorization from highest authority regarding extended residence privileges for foreign dignitary Valiant Thor. Subject will require quarters within Pentagon Secure Zone, Level B2, for estimated duration 36 months. Security detail unnecessary per subject's explicit request. All inquiries regarding subject's nation of origin are to be redirected to this office, no exceptions. Foreign dignitary. But which nation? The memo gave no indication. Another document, this one from the Department of State dated June 3, 1957. Renuclear Disarmament Proposal Thor Initiative. This office has reviewed the technical specifications submitted by v. Thor regarding proposed energy alternatives to current nuclear weapons programs. While scientifically intriguing, the source of this intelligence remains unverified. Furthermore, implementation would require complete restructuring of strategic deterrence policy. Recommend classification cosmic top secret and indefinite postponement of further consideration. Operation Refusal remains in effect. No external treaties or agreements without full Joint Chiefs consensus. Eleanor leaned back in her chair, rubbing her tired eyes. Operation Refusal. She'd never heard of it, and she'd catalogued thousands of Cold War documents. She opened a new search window and cross-referenced the term against everything in the archive's database. Nothing. She tried Valiant Thor next. The only results were from UFO conspiracy websites. Breathless accounts of an alien ambassador who supposedly lived at the Pentagon during the Eisenhower administration, offering advanced technology and warnings about nuclear war. The stories were always the same. Thor was from Venus, he had a crew of fellow Venusians, he met with the president, and the government rejected his help because accepting it would mean admitting they weren't in control. Ridiculous. Venus was a hellscape of sulfuric acid clouds and surface temperatures hot enough to melt lead. No one lived there. But then why were these documents here? Why were they classified at all? Eleanor pulled up the photo again, zooming in on the tall man's face. His expression was pleasant but distant, like someone posing for a portrait they knew would never be displayed. She noticed something else. While the other four men cast clear shadows on the polished Pentagon floor, his shadow was fainter, less defined. Probably just the camera angle. Old film could be temperamental. She checked the metadata. The photo had been taken on September 14th, 1958, at 2:17 p.m. by a military photographer named Thomas Becker. Eleanor made a note to search for Becker's other work. Maybe there were more images in his collection. A sound echoed from the hallway outside her cubicle. Footsteps. Eleanor glanced at the clock. 11:53 p.m. The building should be empty except for security, and they typically stayed on the ground floor unless making rounds. The footsteps stopped outside her door. She minimised the photo and pulled up a random spreadsheet, trying to look busy with mundane work. The door didn't open. After 30 seconds of silence, she heard the footsteps retreat down the hallway. Probably just security doing their rounds, after all. She waited another minute before maximising the photo again. This time she noticed something she'd missed before. A handwritten notation in the margin, barely visible. She enhanced the contrast. Subject departed Pentagon residence March 16th, 1960. No forwarding address. No exit logged. All electronic security systems operational. No breaches detected. Room found empty during routine inspection. Someone had added below it, in different handwriting, impossible. Recommend investigation. And below that, in a third hand, investigation closed per OSD directive. File and seal. Eleanor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the building's aggressive air conditioning. A man lived in the Pentagon for 3 years, then vanished without using any of the exits, and instead of launching a major security probe, they just closed the file. She needed to know more about Thomas Becker, the photographer. She needed to find out if any of the officials in the photo had written about this in their memoirs or personal papers. She needed to understand what Operation Refusal really was. But it was almost midnight, and she had work in the morning. Real work. The kind that came with deadlines and performance reviews. This was supposed to be a simple cataloguing job. Process the declassified documents, create proper finding aids, move on to the next box. Eleanor stared at the photograph for a long moment, then did something she'd never done in 7 years at the archives. She pulled out her phone and took a picture of her computer screen. Then she took photos of each document in the folder, being careful to capture every detail, every notation, every mysterious redaction. She would figure this out. Even if it was just a bizarre Cold War prank or some kind of psychological operation, the historian in her needed to understand the full story. What Elena couldn't know, was that taking those photographs had just made her visible to people who'd spent 68 years keeping Valiant Thor's visit buried under layers of bureaucracy, misdirection, and strategic ridicule. In a windowless office 7 miles away, a computer algorithm flagged her employee ID number. The system noted the unusual late-night access, the search term she'd entered, the amount of time she'd spent on files that were supposed to have been fully reviewed and cleared years ago. A report generated automatically. Within minutes, it appeared on the secure terminal of a man who hadn't thought about Project Victor 1 in almost a decade. He read the report twice, then picked up a phone that didn't go through the regular network. "We have a problem," he said quietly. "Someone's found the Thor files." Eleanor woke to 17 missed calls. She'd silenced her phone before bed, exhausted from her late night at the archives. Now, at 6:47 a.m, she stared blearily at the screen as she sat up in bed. 4 calls from her supervisor, Margaret Chen. 3 from the archive's security office, 10 from a number she didn't recognise. Before she could decide which to return first, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Margaret. "Eleanor, thank God. Where are you?" "At home. I was about to get ready for work. What's wrong?" "Don't come in." Margaret's voice was tight, stressed. "Your access badge has been suspended pending a security review." Elena's stomach dropped. "What? Why?" "I don't know the details." "I got a call from HR at 6:15 this morning. They said it's routine, probably just updating background checks, but they need you to stay home until it's resolved." "Margaret, I've worked here for 7 years. I have a top-secret clearance. What could possibly—" I know. I'm sure it's nothing. But protocol is protocol. I'll call you as soon as I know more." The line went dead. Eleanor sat frozen, her mind racing. This wasn't routine. Routine security reviews were scheduled weeks in advance with plenty of notice. They didn't happen overnight. They didn't result in immediate suspension. This was about the Thor files. It had to be. She pulled up the photos she'd taken last night, making sure they were backed up to her cloud storage. Then she created a second backup on a thumb drive she kept in her nightstand. If someone was going to make those documents disappear, at least she'd have proof they existed. Her phone buzzed again. The unknown number. Against her better judgment, she answered. "Miss Markovich?" The man's voice, smooth and professional. "My name is Robert Garrison. I'm with the Office of Personnel Management. I apologise for the early call, but we need to schedule a time for you to come in and complete some paperwork regarding your security clearance update. I was told to stay home today. Yes, just a precaution while we process the renewal. Nothing to worry about. We've been doing this with all employees who have access to recently declassified materials. You understand? We need to make sure everyone's properly vetted for the new protocols." The explanation was smooth, almost too smooth, but something about it rang false. The Office of Personnel Management handled federal employee records, but archive security clearances went through a completely different channel. "When do you need me to come in?" Elena asked, keeping her voice neutral. "Would today work?" "Say 10 o'clock. We have an office in Bethesda." "Can I come to the main OPM building instead? I'd prefer to handle this at the official location." Brief pause. "The Bethesda office is where we process these particular renewals. It would really be best if—" "I'll need to check my schedule and call you back," Elena interrupted. "What was your employee number?" Another pause, longer this time. "I'll have my assistant send you an email with all the details. We'll be in touch, Miss Markovich." He hung up before she could respond. Elena's hands were shaking now. That wasn't a government official. Government officials didn't give up that easily when you questioned them. They pulled rank, they cited regulations, they transferred you to supervisors, They didn't just politely hang up. Someone was trying to get her into an unofficial office to... what? Question her? Intimidate her? Make her forget what she'd found? She needed help. Someone who understood how these systems worked, who could tell her if she was being paranoid or if this was really as wrong as it felt. Eleanor opened her laptop and pulled up the employee directory for the archives. She scrolled through names until she found the person she wanted. Marcus Webb, Senior Archivist in the Modern Military Records Division. Marcus had been at the archives for 23 years. He'd worked on some of the most sensitive declassification projects in the institution's history. If anyone would know what to do, it would be him. She called his desk phone. No answer. She tried his cell. Marcus Webb. Marcus, it's Elena Markovich from Cataloguing. Do you have a minute? Eleanor? Hey. Sure. What's up? I need to talk to you about something I found yesterday. Something weird, but not over the phone. Can we meet somewhere? Coffee? Silence on the other end. When Marcus spoke again, his voice had changed. Quieter, more guarded. What kind of something? Pentagon files from the late 50s. A visitor who doesn't appear in any official records. Papers that shouldn't be declassified if they're real, and shouldn't exist if they're fake. Jesus, Elena, Marcus exhaled slowly. Where are you right now? Home. My badge access was suspended this morning. Okay. Don't go anywhere until I call you back. 20 minutes. And Eleanor? Don't talk to anyone else about this. Don't send any emails. Don't post anything online. Just wait for my call. He hung up. Eleanor set the phone down and wrapped her arms around herself. The apartment suddenly felt too quiet, too exposed. She went to her living room window and looked down at the street 3 stories below. A black sedan was parked across the street, its engine running. She could see the silhouette of someone in the driver's seat. How long had that car been there? She backed away from the window, her heart pounding. Maybe she was being paranoid. Maybe it was just someone waiting for a friend. But after the fake OPM call and the sudden badge suspension, paranoia felt like common sense. Her phone rang. Marcus. Coffee shop on Wilson Boulevard, the one near the post office. 30 minutes. Come alone. Make sure no one follows you. Marcus, what's going on? 30 minutes, Eleanor. We'll talk then. She grabbed her keys and the thumb drive, shoved them in her jacket pocket and headed for the door. In the hallway, she paused. If someone was watching the front entrance, they'd see her leave. But her building had a back exit through the parking garage. Eleanor took the elevator to the basement level and walked quickly through the dim garage to the rear stairwell. It opened onto an alley that connected to the next street over. She emerged into pale morning sunlight and started walking, resisting the urge to look over her shoulder. The coffee shop was a 20-minute walk, but she took a deliberately complicated route, doubling back twice and cutting through a grocery store to make sure she wasn't being followed. By the time she arrived, Marcus was already there, sitting at a corner table with 2 cups of coffee. He looked older than she remembered, grey at the temples, deep lines around his eyes. He gestured for her to sit. Tell me everything, he said quietly. Start from the beginning. Eleanor told him about box 4782, the Thor files, the photograph, the strange documents. She pulled out her phone and showed him the pictures she'd taken. Marcus studied them in silence, his expression growing darker with each image. When he finished, he looked up at her with something that might have been pity. You need to forget about this, he said. What? Delete these photos. Destroy any copies. Go back to work when they reinstate your access. Process your boxes and never mention Valiant Thor again. Marcus, these are legitimate historical documents. If they're real, they're real. His voice was flat. And that's exactly why you need to walk away. Elena stared at him. You've seen this before. Not this specifically, but I've been doing this job long enough to recognise certain patterns. Every few years, someone stumbles across something they shouldn't. Usually it's about UFOs, sometimes it's about weapons programs or intelligence operations. The common thread is that the documents are always genuine, always declassified through proper channels, and always impossible to verify through any official source. That doesn't make sense. If they're declassified because someone wanted them declassified. Not for transparency, but as insurance. If the information ever becomes a problem, They can point to the fact that it's been publicly available for years and no one took it seriously. It's hiding in plain sight. So you're saying Valiant Thor was real? An actual alien living in the Pentagon? Marcus shrugged. I'm saying the documents are real. What they describe, that's above my pay grade. What I know is that people who dig too deep into this stuff tend to have sudden career problems. Audits, security violations, transfers to dead-end positions. I've seen it happen. So we just let it go? Pretend we never saw evidence of the most important event in human history? You're assuming disclosure would be a good thing. Marcus leaned forward. Think about it. If the government admitted tomorrow that an alien visitor spent 3 years at the Pentagon in the 1950s, what happens? Mass panic? Economic collapse? A complete erosion of institutional trust? Maybe the people who buried this did it for good reasons. Or maybe they did it because admitting we're not alone would mean admitting they're not in control. Marcus smiled grimly. Probably a bit of both. Either way, it's not our call to make. We're archivists, Elena. We preserve records. We don't decide which truths the public can handle. That's exactly what we do, Elena shot back. Every time we decide which documents to highlight in an exhibition, which finding aids to prioritize, which stories to tell, we're making those decisions. We shape what people know about their history. Then shape it carefully, because the people who want this story buried have resources we can't imagine. As if on cue, Eleanor's phone buzzed. An email from an address she didn't recognize. eleanor.markovich.personal@gmail.com. The subject line read, "Regarding your research interests." She opened it. Miss Markovich, we appreciate your dedication to historical accuracy. However, the documents you accessed yesterday are part of an ongoing review process and should not have been available for general cataloguing. They have been removed from circulation pending final declassification decisions. Your security clearance suspension is purely routine and will be resolved within 48 hours. In the meantime, we strongly encourage you to focus on your assigned responsibilities and avoid pursuing inquiries into materials outside your current project scope. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Robert Garrison, Deputy Director, Information Security Oversight Office. Elena showed the email to Marcus. He grimaced. See? They're being polite about it now. That's the first warning. If you keep digging, the next contact won't be so friendly. How did they get my personal email? They're the government. They have everything. Eleanor's mind was racing. The smart play was obvious. Delete the photos, forget she'd ever seen the Thor files, go back to her safe, boring job cataloguing civil defence records. She'd keep her clearance, her career, her peaceful life. But she couldn't stop thinking about that photograph, about Valiant Thor standing with men who'd shaped the modern world, offering them something, knowledge, technology, help, and being turned away because accepting it would mean admitting Earth wasn't the centre of the universe. If it was true, people deserved to know. I need to find Thomas Becker, she said. Who? The photographer who took that picture. Military photographer, Pentagon assignment in the late 50s. If he's still alive, he might remember what he saw. Marcus closed his eyes. You're not going to let this go, are you? Would you? He was quiet for a long moment. When he opened his eyes, there was a mix of resignation and something else. Maybe respect, maybe concern. Thomas Becker died in 1991, Marcus said. But he had a daughter, Laura Becker Hammond. She lives in Alexandria. I helped her donate some of her father's papers to the archives about 5 years ago, mostly Vietnam-era photography work. But I remember she mentioned he'd kept a lot of his earlier stuff private, said it was too classified to share. Do you have her contact information? Eleanor, I really think... Please. Marcus sighed and pulled out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts, then wrote a number on a napkin. This is her landline. But if you contact her, you didn't get this from me. And if anyone asks, we never had this conversation. Elena took the napkin. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You might end up wishing you'd listened when I told you to walk away. She left the coffee shop and walked 3 blocks before calling the number. It rang 4 times before a woman answered. Hammond residence. Hello? Is this Laura Hammond? Speaking. My name is Elena Markovich. I'm an archivist at the National Archives. I'm doing research on Pentagon photography during the Cold War, and I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about your father's work. Silence. Then, what specifically are you researching? Elena chose her words carefully. I found some images from 1957 through 1960. Pentagon interior shots, mostly official portraits and meetings. Your father's name was in the metadata. I wanted to understand more about the context of those photographs. More silence. Eleanor could hear breathing on the other end, could almost feel the woman deciding whether to hang up or continue the conversation. The archives already has my father's donated papers, Laura finally said. I know, but I got the impression from the collection notes that he kept some materials private. I'm particularly interested in anything from his assignment at the Pentagon during the late Eisenhower administration. Why? Because I think he photographed something important, something that was buried. The silence stretched so long that Elena thought the call had disconnected. Then, come to my house tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Don't bring anyone with you, and don't tell anyone where you're going. Laura gave her the address and hung up before Elena could respond. Elena stood on the sidewalk, her heart pounding. She was really doing this. She was investigating something that powerful people wanted to stay hidden, meeting with a stranger who clearly knew more than she was saying over the phone, and ignoring every professional instinct that told her to step back and protect her career. But she was also potentially on the edge of discovering proof of the most profound secret in human history. She walked back to her apartment, constantly checking over her shoulder. The black sedan was gone from its parking spot. That should have been reassuring, but somehow it made her more nervous. That night she barely slept. Every sound in the building made her jump. Footsteps in the hallway, the elevator chiming, the rumble of the HVAC system. She kept her laptop open, constantly refreshing her email and news feeds, half expecting some kind of digital attack or official notice that would make her investigation impossible. Nothing came. The silence was almost worse than a direct confrontation. At 8:30 the next morning, Elena called an Uber instead of driving her own car. Another precaution, probably unnecessary, but she was learning to trust her paranoia. The driver was a college student who spent the entire ride talking about his engineering classes and didn't seem to notice or care where they were going. Laura Hammond's house was a small brick colonial on a quiet street lined with oak trees. Elena paid the driver and walked up the front path. Before she could knock, the door opened. Laura was in her early 60s with short silver hair and sharp blue eyes that studied Elena with obvious suspicion. She wore jeans and a cardigan, sensible shoes, the uniform of someone who'd stopped caring what strangers thought about her appearance. "You came alone?" Laura asked. "Yes, phone off, please." Elena hesitated, then powered down her phone and showed Laura the blank screen. Laura nodded and stepped aside to let her enter. The house was neat, modestly furnished, filled with photographs, family shots, landscapes, a few that looked like professional military portraits. Laura led Elena to a small dining room, where a cardboard box sat on the table. "My father took over 40,000 photographs during his military career," Laura said, without preamble. "Most of them are in official archives, museums, or my donation to your institution. But there were some he would never let anyone see. He kept them in a safe deposit box and made me promise to never share them until certain people were dead." "What people?" "Richard Nixon died in 1994, Admiral Radford in 1973, Secretary McElroy in 1976. The last one on my father's list was James Killian, Eisenhower's science advisor. He died in 1988. After that, Dad said I could do whatever I wanted with the photos, but he recommended I burn them. But you didn't." "I was going to." "But then I started looking through them, and I realized they weren't just pictures. They were evidence. And even if no one would believe it, even if it sounds crazy, I think people deserve to know the truth." Laura opened the box and carefully removed a leather portfolio. Inside were dozens of black and white photographs, each preserved in archival plastic sleeves. The first photo showed the same scene Eleanor had found in the archives, the 5 men in the Pentagon hallway. But this print was uncropped, showing more of the corridor, more detail in their faces. Valiant Thor's expression was clearer here. He looked tired. sad even. The second photo showed Thor sitting in what appeared to be a Pentagon office, engaged in conversation with 3 men in military uniforms. A chalkboard behind him was covered in mathematical equations. The third showed him in what looked like a private apartment or quarters, probably the residence mentioned in the documents. He was reading a book. Moment, his face showed something Elena couldn't quite identify. Homesickness. Loneliness. There were more. Thor walking through Pentagon corridors. Thor in meetings. Thor standing outside the building, looking up at the sky with an expression of profound melancholy. And then the final photograph stopped Elena's breath. It showed Thor shaking hands with President Eisenhower in what appeared to be the Oval Office. The president looked grave. Thor looked resigned. Standing behind them was Vice President Nixon, his famous jowly face frozen in what might have been fear or awe. My father was assigned to document a special foreign delegation, Laura said quietly. That's what they told him. A representative from a nation that wanted to establish diplomatic relations but needed to keep the negotiations secret for security reasons. Dad was supposed to take official portraits, meeting photos, the kind of images they'd use for press releases once the relationship was made public. But it never was made public. No. Because after 3 months my father started to realise this wasn't a normal diplomatic visit. The visitor never left the Pentagon. He had no security detail, no diplomatic staff, no official itinerary. And the people he met with, these were not the officials you'd assign to a routine trade negotiation. These were the people who controlled America's nuclear arsenal. Elena studied the Oval Office photograph. Did your father ever say who Thor was? He said Thor told him he was from a place called the Solar Guard. Not a country. Not Venus, like the UFO stories claim. Dad laughed at that nonsense. Thor said the Solar Guard was responsible for monitoring developing civilizations, and Earth had caught their attention when we started detonating nuclear weapons. Monitoring from where? Dad didn't know. He asked once, and Thor just smiled and said, "Closer than you think, but farther than you'd believe." Whatever that means. Laura pulled out one more item from the box, a small leather journal with worn edges. This was Dad's personal log from that assignment. He wrote down everything Thor told him during their conversations. The official photos were his job, but the journal was his insurance policy. He wanted a record in case anyone ever tried to make him forget or deny what he'd seen. She handed it to Eleanor. The journal was filled with precise military-style entries. Dates, times, brief descriptions of photographs taken. But interspersed throughout were longer passages, conversations recorded in surprising detail. Elena read, March 23rd, 1957. VT asked me today why we photograph everything. I told him it's how we preserve history. He said his people don't need photographs because they don't forget. I asked if that was a blessing or a curse. He said both. We talked for nearly an hour about memory and loss. He told me his visit here would eventually be forgotten, or worse, turned into legend and mockery. He seemed sad about that, but not surprised. He said Earth isn't ready to join the wider community because we're still children fighting over toys. The toys just happen to be capable of destroying our entire world. Another entry from July 1958. Photographed VT in meeting with Joint Chiefs today. They wanted to know about defensive capabilities, what weapons his people possessed, whether they'd share military technology. VT told them they had no weapons because they had no enemies. The chiefs didn't believe him. General LeMay actually laughed and said, "Everyone has enemies." VT replied, "Only if you choose to make them." The meeting ended badly. I could see the frustration in VT's face afterward. He knows he's failing. And a final entry from March 1960. VT is leaving tomorrow. He told me his mission was unsuccessful. The leadership doesn't want what he's offering because accepting help would mean admitting we need it. Pride, he said. Earth's defining characteristic is pride. Before he left, he gave me a small device. It looked like a metallic sphere, perfectly smooth. He said if I ever wanted to remember what's truly important, I should hold it and think about humanity's future. Then he smiled and said I'd probably never use it because most people prefer comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths. I think he was right. I've kept the sphere in my desk drawer for 3 years and never once taken it out. Elena looked up at Laura. Where is it? The sphere? Laura reached into the box one more time and placed a small object on the table. It was roughly the size of a golf ball, made of some silvery metal that seemed to shift colour slightly in the light. Blue, then green, then back to silver. The surface was perfectly smooth, without any visible seams or markings. I've had it since Dad died, Laura said. I've held it a few times like he described. Nothing happens, it's just a metal ball. But it doesn't tarnish, doesn't scratch, doesn't respond to magnets. I took it to a metallurgist friend once, asked him what it was made of. He said the structure was wrong. The molecular arrangement didn't match anything in the periodic table. He thought I was pranking him with some kind of computer-generated hoax data. Elena reached out slowly and picked up the sphere. It was lighter than it should be and warm to the touch despite sitting in a cool room. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a strange sensation. Not quite vibration, but something similar. A subtle resonance. And then, for just a moment, she saw something. Not a vision exactly, but an impression. A feeling of vast distance and infinite patience. A sense of being watched over by something old and kind and impossibly far away. It passed in an instant, leaving her slightly dizzy. What was that? She whispered. I don't know, Laura admitted. I felt it too the first time I held it. Like someone was listening. Waiting. I stopped picking it up after a while because it scared me. Eleanor set the sphere down carefully. Why are you showing me all this? You could have destroyed it like your father suggested. Because someone needs to know, and because something's happening again. What do you mean? Laura pulled out her laptop and opened a browser. She navigated to a government contracting database and searched for Aurora Consulting Group. Dozens of entries appeared. Contracts for advanced aerospace research, propulsion systems, energy technology. The company had been awarded over $2 billion in contracts over the past 10 years, almost all of them classified. I started researching them 6 months ago, Laura said. Aurora Consulting doesn't have a public website, no press releases, no corporate leadership listed anywhere. But if you dig through patent filings and university research partnerships, you find something interesting. She pulled up a patent document. The abstract described a field propulsion system utilising quantum vacuum fluctuations for thrust generation. The technical drawings looked like something from a science fiction movie. This patent was filed in 2019, Laura continued. But look at the date of the initial research proposal that led to it. She scrolled down. The proposal was dated 1959 from something called Project Refusal, Alternative Energy Research Initiative. Elena felt cold. Operation Refusal, that was in the Thor documents. Exactly. Someone took the technology Thor offered, classified it at the highest possible level, and has been slowly developing it in secret for over 60 years. Aurora Consulting is just the latest front company. Before that it was Hughes Aircraft. Before that it was Bell Labs. Before that a dozen other contractors. But the chain goes all the way back to 1960. Why keep it secret? If we have this technology, because releasing it would destabilize everything. Energy companies, military hierarchies, global power structures, all of it based on scarcity and control. Free energy, propulsion that doesn't need fuel, technology that makes borders meaningless. That's not just revolutionary, it's apocalyptic for anyone in power. Eleanor stared at the patent documents, her mind reeling. So we turned down the aliens' help, then spent 60 years trying to reverse engineer it anyway. Human pride and human ingenuity. We didn't want a gift, but we were perfectly happy to steal the idea and claim it as our own invention. Can I photograph all of this? The journal, the patents, the photos? Laura nodded. That's why I invited you here. But Elena, you need to understand what you're getting into. My father spent the last 30 years of his life looking over his shoulder. He was audited 9 times. His house was broken into twice. Nothing stolen, but files disturbed. He had a heart attack in 1991 at age 63, and I've never been convinced it was natural causes. You think they killed him? I think they made sure he stayed quiet, and if you make this public, they'll do the same to you. Eleanor thought about the suspended badge, the fake OPM call, the black sedan outside her apartment. They were already working on making her quiet. "I have to try," she said. "If this is real, if we've been lied to for 68 years about the most important moment in human history, people deserve to know. Even if they won't believe you? Especially then. Truth doesn't stop being true just because it's inconvenient." Laura smiled sadly. "You sound like my father. He said the same thing right before he sealed all this away." Eleanor spent the next 2 hours photographing everything. The journal entries, the patents, every photo in the collection, the metallurgist's analysis of the sphere. Laura let her take the sphere itself, wrapped carefully in cloth. "If things go bad," Laura said at the door, "if they come after you too hard, just walk away. This truth has waited 68 years. It can wait longer." But Elena knew she couldn't walk away. Not now. She took another Uber home, the sphere heavy in her jacket pocket despite its impossible lightness. Back in her apartment, she uploaded everything to 3 separate cloud services under fake accounts, then encrypted copies on 2 more thumb drives. She mailed one drive to her sister in Portland with instructions to open it only if something happened to her. Then she did what any millennial archivist would do. She created an anonymous account on a document-sharing platform and uploaded everything. The response was immediate and predictable. Within hours, the photos were trending on conspiracy forums and fringe websites. Mainstream media ignored it completely. By the second day, professional debunkers had declared the photos obvious fakes, the journal a creative writing exercise, the patents misunderstood civilian technology. The story died within a week, buried under celebrity scandals and political controversies. Eleanor's badge access was restored with a terse email apologising for the administrative error. She returned to work to find box 4782 had been removed from her queue. Margaret wouldn't meet her eyes. Marcus stopped by her cubicle on her 3rd day back. "You okay?" he asked quietly. "They won everything," Elena said. "I gave the world proof and nobody cared." Maybe that was the point. Maybe they knew the best way to hide the truth wasn't to suppress it, but to let it get lost in the noise, drown it in so much information that it becomes invisible. So what was the point? Marcus smiled slightly. "You know the truth. Laura knows. The people who read those documents know, even if they don't believe them. Truth is like a seed. Sometimes it takes a long time to grow. 3 months passed. Elena processed boxes, wrote finding aids, lived her quiet life. The sphere sat in her apartment, on a shelf between books, looking like an odd piece of abstract art. Then, on a Friday in June, her supervisor assigned her to a new project, cataloguing recently declassified State Department cables from the 1970s. In box 47, between routine diplomatic correspondence, she found a memo dated July 12, 1977. Re-confirmation of secondary contact, Project Victor 2, subject matching physical description of V. Thor, see classified file 1957 to 1960, observed in meeting with Ambassador Young at UN headquarters. Subject identified himself as Valiant and requested private consultation regarding human rights initiatives. Security footage confirms subject entered building through main entrance but no exit recorded. Ambassador Young has been debriefed and instructed to classify encounter. Recommend continued monitoring. Pattern suggests periodic verification visits. Subject appears unchanged from previous documented encounters. Eleanor's hands trembled as she photographed the memo. She searched the rest of the box and found 2 more references, one from 1983, another from 1994. Each time, someone matching Thor's description appeared, had a brief conversation with a government official about pressing global issues, then vanished. He was still visiting, still trying, still hoping humanity would eventually listen. She looked up from her desk and saw Marcus watching her from across the room. He nodded slightly, understanding in his eyes. The truth was bigger than she'd imagined. This wasn't about one visit in 1957. It was about a commitment that spanned decades, maybe centuries. Someone out there cared enough about humanity to keep checking on us, keep offering help, Keep waiting for us to be ready. That evening Elena rode the metro home during rush hour. The train was packed with exhausted commuters staring at phones. Lost and remarkable. At the Foggy Bottom station, a man boarded the crowded car. He was tall, wearing an unfashionable suit that looked like it belonged to a different era. Sandy hair, kind face, impossibly straight posture. Eleanor's breath caught. He moved through the car with practiced ease despite the crush of bodies and took a position near the door, holding the overhead rail with one hand while reading a folded newspaper with the other. Their eyes met for just a moment. His expression was gentle, knowing, sad. He smiled. The same sad smile from her father's photographs. The smile of someone who knew he was witnessing something important that no one else could see. Elena's hand moved to her jacket pocket, feeling the outline of the sphere she had started carrying everywhere. The train pulled into Roslyn. The doors opened. The tall man stepped onto the platform, then turned back to look at her one more time. He touched 2 fingers to his forehead in a small salute, then folded his newspaper and set it on an empty seat before the doors closed. Eleanor grabbed the paper as the train lurched forward. It was today's Washington Post, folded to the international news section. One article was circled in blue ink. UN Climate Summit reaches historic agreement. Nations pledge unprecedented cooperation on environmental crisis. Beneath it, in neat handwriting, small steps. Keep watching. Keep remembering. The choice is still yours. The newspaper trembled in Elena's hands. She looked up, pressing her face to the window, as the train emerged from the tunnel into evening light. On the platform behind them, the tall man stood perfectly still, watching the train depart, a solitary figure growing smaller and smaller until he disappeared entirely. Eleanor pulled out her phone and started typing. Not an article, not a press release, but a simple email to Laura Hammond. He's still here, still trying. I saw him. The response came 3 minutes later. I know. Dad saw him too in 1989, 2 years before he died, at a bookstore in Georgetown, reading about the fall of the Berlin Wall. He said Thor looked pleased, like he'd been waiting for humanity to tear down a wall and we'd finally done it. Keep the sphere safe, keep your eyes open, keep believing that truth matters, even when no one's listening. Especially when no one's listening. That's when it matters most. Eleanor closed her eyes, feeling the subtle warmth of the sphere in her pocket, the gentle pulse that might have been her imagination, or might have been something far stranger and more wonderful. Somewhere in the vastness of space, or perhaps somewhere much closer than anyone suspected, someone was watching over humanity with infinite patience, waiting for the day when we'd be ready to accept help without letting pride get in the way. That day hadn't come yet, but maybe, Elena thought, maybe people like her and Laura and Thomas Becker were the seeds Marcus talked about, small truths taking root in dark places, waiting for the right moment to grow. She opened her laptop when she got home and started writing, not for publication, not for proof, but for the record. A true account of what she'd found, what she'd learned, what she'd seen on the metro train. She would add it to the collection of evidence slowly gathering across decades, breadcrumbs left by archivists and photographers and ordinary people who'd glimpsed something extraordinary and refused to forget it. And someday, when humanity was finally ready, when enough seeds had taken root, maybe someone would piece it all together and understand. We were never alone. We were never abandoned. We were just a young species learning to grow up while patient guardians watched from the shadows. The truth was out there, hiding in plain sight, waiting in archived files and classified memos, and the memories of people brave enough to believe in uncomfortable truths. Eleanor saved her document, encrypted it, backed it up in 5 different locations. Then she picked up the sphere, held it in both hands, and thought about humanity's future. For just a moment, maybe imagination, maybe something more, she felt a response, warmth, approval, hope. And somewhere far above, or perhaps very close by, valiant Thor smiled and continued his endless vigil, waiting for the day when Earth would finally be ready to join the wider universe as equals rather than children. That day would come, it had to. Truth always finds a way. Welcome back to Sleep Theories, where we explore the mysteries that lurk in the shadows of our world. Tonight's tale comes from the classified depths of military black sites, where miraculous healing technology and alien exchanges collide with secrets that powerful forces would kill to protect. But before we dive into this chilling account of hidden cures and impossible machines, remember to leave your own mysterious video ideas in the comments below. Your suggestions fuel these midnight journeys into the unknown. Special thanks to DXD232 for inspiring tonight's story. And if these tales of suppressed miracles and government conspiracies send the right kind of shivers down your spine, hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between fact and nightmare. The morphine drip made a soft clicking sound every few seconds, marking time in the sterile hospital room like a metronome of mortality. Daniel Ross sat beside his father's bed, watching the old man's chest rise and fall in shallow breaths. Outside, Baltimore rain streaked the windows, turning the city lights into blurred watercolours. "Danny," his father whispered, eyes suddenly wide and lucid despite the heavy medication. Colonel James Ross had served 30 years in the Air Force Medical Corps, seen things most doctors never would. But this look in his eyes was different. Not pain, not fear, something else. "I'm here, Dad." Daniel leaned closer, taking his father's cold hand. "There are machines," the Colonel's voice cracked. "Machines that can fix anything, but you'll never see them. They keep them locked away." Daniel squeezed his father's hand gently. "It's okay, Dad. Just rest." "No." The intensity made Daniel flinch. "Listen to me." "Right, Patterson. Level 7. The pods. They heal everything. Everything, Danny. But they'll never let us have them. Never let the people know." The heart monitor began its irregular beeping. Nurses rushed in. Daniel was pushed back as they worked, his father's final words echoing in his mind. Within minutes, Colonel James Ross was gone, taking his secrets with him. For months afterward, Daniel told himself it was just the morphine talking. Deathbed hallucinations. His father had been a practical man, a man of science. The idea of miracle healing machines hidden away by the government was conspiracy theory nonsense. But sometimes, late at night in his apartment, Daniel would remember the absolute certainty in his father's eyes, and he would wonder. Chapter 1. The Leak. 18 months after his father's death, Daniel Ross found himself in a place he'd never imagined. Deep underground, beneath a nondescript office building in Bethesda, Maryland, his biomedical engineering firm had landed a defense subcontract. Upgrade the cooling systems for server farms at various government facilities. Boring work, but it paid well. The facility manager, a nervous man named Peterson, led him through endless beige corridors. "Everything down here is classified," Peterson said for the third time. "You see nothing. You say nothing." "Just here for the HVAC systems," Daniel replied, hefting his diagnostic equipment. They reached server room 7, and Peterson unlocked 3 separate security doors. "You've got 2 hours. I'll be right outside." The room hummed with the white noise of 1,000 cooling fans. Daniel got to work, checking temperature readings and airflow patterns. It was while crawling behind a server rack that he first saw them, fibre optic cables running into a panel marked with warnings in 3 languages. But it wasn't the warnings that caught his eye, it was the label, HMP-PODV, 3.1 Network Interface. Daniel's hands stilled. Pod. His father's word echoed across 18 months of grief. He should have left it alone, should have finished his work and walked away. But his father's voice whispered in his memory, and before he could stop himself, Daniel was tracing the cables to their source, a secured server cabinet with a lock that took him less than a minute to bypass. His government contracts had required certain skills. Inside, stacks of drives blinked with activity. A terminal screen showed active file transfers. Daniel plugged in his diagnostic tablet, telling himself he was just checking for cooling efficiency. The lie tasted bitter even as he thought it. Files cascaded across his screen. Most were encrypted, but the headers were visible. Cellular Reatomization Protocols version 7.3. Holographic Medical Pod Deployment Guidelines. Patient Recovery Metrics. Q3 2024. Technology Exchange Program HLT clearance only. His hand shook as he initiated a download to his tablet's hidden partition. Gigabytes of data flowed across the connection. Schematics, video files, documents stamped with classifications he'd never seen before. One document caught his eye. Initial Technology Transfer Agreement. October 1971. The header bore no agency logo, just 3 letters, HLT. The document detailed the acquisition of non-terrestrial medical rehabilitation systems and their integration into select defence medical facilities. Non-terrestrial. Daniel's mouth went dry. The video file finished downloading. Against every instinct screaming at him to stop, he opened it. The timestamp showed last week. A medical facility, all white walls and clean lines. A soldier, no, what was left of a soldier, was wheeled into frame. IED victim, the chart notation read. Missing right arm, severe burns covering 60% of his body. They placed him in something that looked like a large capsule made of frosted glass. Blue light emanated from within, and Daniel could see something happening to the man's body. The footage was time-lapsed, 4 hours compressed into 30 seconds. When the pod opened, the soldier stepped out. Whole, not healed, not scarred, whole, as if the injuries had never happened. "What are you doing?" Daniel spun around. Peterson stood in the doorway, face drained of colour. "I was checking the dash. You were checking nothing." Peterson's hand moved to his hip, where Daniel now noticed a sidearm. "Step away from the terminal." "Now!" Daniel raised his hands, tablet tucked against his palm. "Look, I didn't mean to." "Shut up!" Peterson pulled out a phone, never taking his eyes off Daniel. "This is Station 7. We have a breach. Level 4, send a containment team." He hung up and gestured with the gun. "Sit down. Don't move, don't speak. Maybe you'll live through this." Daniel sat, mind racing. The tablet pressed against his palm, its hidden partition full of impossible secrets. In 5 minutes, maybe less, men in black suits would arrive. He'd disappear into some hole, or worse, unless... "My tablet," Daniel said quietly. "It's uploading everything to an encrypted server. Has been for the last 10 minutes. If I don't enter a code every hour, it all goes public." Peterson's face went from pale to